What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Tuesday, May 20th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, some well-deserved love from the SEC for Texas baseball, plus the top 10 coaches in college football. Where does Steve Sarkisian rank on ESPN's most recent list? We've got a big change potentially coming to college football, some big changes potentially coming to the NFL. The latest with Juan Soto's rough start with the New York Metropolitans. We've got the start of the conference finals in the NBA and NHL tonight. We've got a ship running into the Brooklyn Bridge. We've got the Phoenix Suns being sued and rumors of the CEO having an affair with the player. Oh, yeah, we've got a lot to get into between now and 9 o'clock. Plenty of sports, plenty of fun to be had by all. We appreciate everyone tuning in this morning. Hope everyone's having a great start to the week. Buck, on to you, my man. How are you this morning?
I am doing very well, man. It was, yesterday was a nice day. Lots of breeze. It didn't feel like it was that hot. It felt like a regular kind of summer day that you hope for. Nothing too hot, nothing too cold. Just thought it was mild. Lot of wind yesterday, but other than that, it's a good day. It's a good day. It was a nice day out at Falcon Head. I worried that we were going to get blown over up there on the hilltop, and it never really happened. The winds kind of died down. Those guys had a really nice day for golf yesterday.
Yeah, they
did. It was pretty good.
Yeah, that was fun to be out. Thanks again to Falcon Head. Thanks again to Ricky Williams and everyone associated with the second annual Ricky Williams Celebrity Golf Scramble. We're a big part of that event, Buck. We've attended 100% of those
That's
Ricky
true.
Williams Celebrity Golf Scrambles. So they cannot have one of those tournaments without us there. So
it's
fun to catch up with Rick, fun to chop it up with Casey Studdard yesterday. There were a lot of lifetime Longhorns rolling around. And, turned into a pretty nice day. A little windy out there on the course, but not super hot. And I think that's what most of the players were probably looking for.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, they needed that. You need that breeze. The olds need the breeze. They need to be hitting. It's when you're hitting against that breeze, it's just no good. Hell, in a scramble, they never use your ball anyway. If you're one of the olds, they rely on you to chip and putt.
Yeah, drive for show, putt for dough, right?
Absolutely.
You got to bring in some dough.
I can make some dough on the putting green, so that's where you got to make hay if you're an old, because that's got some long holes at that place. But it looked great. Everything looked green. Still, since we had that rain a couple of weeks ago, things are still green out. They haven't like burnt out yet. I think that's coming here as June rolls on. As we get closer to June, mid-June, after Father's Day, starts to get a little crispy around here. But we looked at some, you and I were talking about the forecast. Dude, I can't believe I see 70 degree temperatures next week. 70
as the high?
Yeah, those were I was telling you were highs those days, like 79. I'm like, come on, man.
Come on, man. That's awesome. What do you mean, come on, man?
We need more of that here. This is Texas.
We need more of that, please. We'll be killing for 79 in June and July and August. Give me more of that.
That's amazing. No, those aren't the low. Those are the highs.
All right. Love that.
We got a couple of days. We'll see. We'll wait and see. But I'm expecting rain next week. So, and that's after the weekend. And that's on the holiday Monday and maybe Tuesday. We may have some rain, which we could use. So enjoy the weekend. Enjoy the week. The rest of this week should be pretty nice. And talking like 90 degrees, which is I can go play if it's 90 degrees.
Yeah,
can't play if it's
95 today.
New rule, no 95. New rule. NFL, SEC, college football trying new rules. Buck has new rules about playing golf. No more golf at 95 or above.
So you're good to go today. It looks like you're dressed up for a round.
Yeah, I want to play today. It's nice out. Plus, boy, I'm sick of messing with these animals. Killing animals, taking care of animals. Cats are being finicky. I brought some of that good barbecue chicken. They turn their nose up at that.
What?
They don't want it.
How? Why?
They want Sam's Club. They're rotisserie cats. They want rotisserie chicken. They don't want anything to do with the barbecue smell of it. They look at it like, nah, you keep that. Hey, guy, you eat that.
Well,
Where's my
I guess,
rotisserie chicken?
yeah, I guess cats eat rats and mouses, so they don't
Yeah.
really know, what tastes good and what doesn't, considering their standard diet. So
Considering
I
they
think
left me a rat yesterday.
there we
On the
go. Yeah, I
porch.
think they've got this one wrong. Wayne Miller's barbecue is always delicious, so they're
Yeah.
good for you. They're saving extra for you to consume. That's
Oh,
awesome.
maybe they want the mac and cheese.
They probably
No,
shouldn't have that.
the cats probably shouldn't have that.
I don't know as much about the cat diet as I do the dog diet, but I know
But a
giving
freaking
dogs.
dog will eat anything.
Yeah, of course they'll eat anything, but you're gonna ruin them if you serve them a huge tray of mac and cheese. If you
My
are
dog
trying to kill another one of your dogs, then yeah, go ahead and open up that giant aluminum tray of mac and
Oh,
cheese
yeah.
and let them go to town.
You know what they do like? Dogs like pizza.
Dogs will eat anything.
Man,
They love anything. It's just some things will upset their stomachs a little bit more than
I agree with you. And I did find out yesterday,
others.
my daughter came by with my grandkids, and she went to, what is it called? Something deli.
Jason's?
Jason's Deli. There's a Jason's Deli in Lakeway. I didn't know about that. Boy, they have good, like, food that's, like, good for you. I didn't realize that. I mean, she brought me, like, steamed vegetables, soup, and a sandwich. She brought that by. I looked at that, I was like, "What's the steamed vegetables for lunch?" She said, "You can get an order of steamed vegetables anytime from Jason Deli." They're tasty. Little broccoli, cauliflower, and carrots. Tasty meal for a guy trying to put on some weight, you know?
Yeah.
The soup, I was like, "Soup? Nah. Nah, I can get tortilla. I get some nice tortilla soup from Verde's, and then a nice sandwich." But I didn't know about there was a Jason's Deli. I mean, I've never been to Jason's Deli before.
Really?
Never been in there.
Man, I went there a ton as a kid, and I still go from time to time, but,
And you
yeah,
try
the
to eat
salad.
when you
Yeah, I try to
salad
eat
bar?
healthy there. They got a giant salad bar there.
Oh, she gave me a baked potato also with all of that.
Your daughter gave you a baked potato?
I mean, from Jason's Deli.
Wow, it's genetics, I guess, like father, like daughter. It's only
No,
fitting that you
man.
got served one after you served somebody else one back in the day.
Dude, that thing was huge, like a football.
What did she eat before then?
I I mean, that was given to me. I mean, I don't know how much she was expecting me to eat a sandwich, steamed stuff, soup, and a baked potato, and I ate everything.
Oh, you saved the baked potato for dessert, huh?
I ate that last.
That's a weird thing to eat at any time, but, I guess save the best for last. It's
But
what they
dude, the
say.
baked potato's got everything. There's all kinds of stuff on there. There was cheese, sour cream. There was some green things in there. I mean, there were bacon bits. I'm like, what is it's a meal by itself.
That was nice of her to at least top hers. You didn't top yours for your buddies back in the day, but at
Oh,
least she
no,
gave you
I
some
just let it
different
was plain.
flavors.
It was plain. I didn't even put butter on it for him.
Mm. Yeah, no, at least, she had the decency to do that for you to take some of the shit smell away. That's good.
All right. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do. We do appreciate it each and every day. And to you and your families, do be safe out there.
You and I chop it up before every show, and every Tuesday I forget to ask you if you have a tip for kids in the car
No,
line.
kids are getting out of school. Hey, enjoy yourselves. Is this it? If this is it, you know what? Give your teacher, don't give them a baked potato, give them a nice apple. You know, that's used to be the thing. You bring an apple to school before that, but that was in the beginning of school. The school year, you bring a teacher. I never brought a nun an apple.
Mm.
No, I never really got anything from my teachers. I was not a teacher's pet. I was never, although I was a brown kid in an all-white school, I never tried to brownie up the teachers. I just didn't, I wasn't, the nuns and I were okay. There were a couple nuns I was not okay with, but most of the times we're okay.
Brownie up the teacher. What exactly does that mean?
Oh, you kiss ass,
That's not another baked potato reference. That's not the
No,
brownie
no,
you're
no,
talking
no.
about.
You were probably teacher's pet.
Yeah, I don't know when the apple bit went away, but that wasn't a thing when I was a kid either.
No, apple bit went away probably 60s.
Now, I do remember at the end of the year, like it was my parents. They would give me the gift to give to the teacher. So like, I was a kid. I didn't have money. I didn't have a car. I couldn't go buy anything myself. But
Did they
like,
go straight cash, homie, or checks?
it was usually, I think, gift cards, maybe restaurant gift cards or like movie
Really?
theater gift cards, and then
Well,
just
the
like a
nuns weren't
card.
going to restaurants. They had their own cafeteria.
Yeah,
So
I know who the priests bang, but who do the nuns get after?
by the way, they don't have any. That's right. They didn't have any gift cards back there in the 60s either, probably.
Yeah. I think then maybe like a handwritten card that I'd write a couple of notes and sign. Hey, thanks for not failing me, teach. Appreciate you.
Thanks for pushing me on through.
Yeah, but the real thing to do, here's your tip for kids in the car line this morning for next year. Give your teacher the gift at the start of the year. That way,
Yes.
if they're thinking about failing you or, the kids who listen to TSU aren't failing. Kids who listen to TSU are like between a B and an A. And if your teacher at the end of the 6 weeks is like, this guy's got an 89, if they remember that you brought them a nice gift at the start of the year, there's that extra point you need to bump you up to that A.
That's right. Get you in the National Honor Society. I need that bump.
What kind of bump?
Yeah.
Yeah, get your teacher a bump, kids, and then you'll be sitting pretty. Oh, man. All right, plenty of sports to get into. Obviously having some fun as well on a Tuesday show. Don't forget the Coda text line is rocking and rolling, 512-222-9328. That's 512-BABY-FAT. You can hit us up on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch as well. Our guy Joseph brings up a great point. Unlimited free ice cream at Jason's Deli. They've got one of those soft serve machines. Yep.
They do?
You got to go, obviously. But yeah, it's a free soft serve machine. They've got little tiny sugar cones, and they've got bowls, and you could just go time after time.
That has just changed the game. Game changer for me.
It is. Yeah, you love your ice cream. So,
dude, I on Saturday, on Saturday, I got a gallon of cherry vanilla. It is now gone.
Sweet.
It is gone. That is horrifying.
That's great. What do you mean? Sounds like you've had a great couple of days while your wife's been out of town.
Mac, cheese, chicken, and ice cream. That cannot be good for the system.
Your wife thinks she's on vacation. You're the one who's on vacation right now.
Yes, I am.
Yeah. What do you mean? You're trying to put on some weight. That's great for your system. You need to be getting to 160. That's your goal. You eat a gallon of ice cream every 3 days, then you're going to be on your way.
I also don't want to have that skinny guy with the belly. You know what I mean? I don't want to look like that guy, that thin guy. And what's that thing down below there?
Well, you don't drink beer. That's a beer belly.
That's true.
That's how you get that. Like, there's a good chance that at some point down the road, I have what you're talking about there.
An Altstadt belly?
Oh, an Altstadt belly. Yeah, like you'll be able to push me on my gut, and Altstadt might ooze out.
Oh.
That's what I'm going to be in a few years. But yeah, I don't think you have to worry too much about the beer belly. You're, just work out a little bit, but eat some more calories, some more fat, get you a little more ice cream in you, and you're going to be okay. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, I now had to dispose of the trash goes out. Trash cans will be out. She won't see it.
Oh, you're calling your wife trash?
No, I'm just saying I just put the cans out. She won't get to look through it like. I mean, I even think my wife looks through the garbage just to find out what I eat. That's what scares me. You know what I'm saying?
No, come on. She doesn't trust you?
Like to eat, right? Oh, she thinks I should be eating walnuts or something, snack on a handful of almonds. She must have saw that on TV or something. Nuts? Yeah, cardiologist tell me snack on almonds. Like, no, you snack on nuts. I'm not snacking on any almonds.
Yeah. Hey, Cardi B, snack on D's. Oh, my gosh. All right. Hey, shout out to the Texas baseball team. The SEC tournament begins today in Hoover, Alabama. Texas won't play until Thursday. Of course, the Longhorns won the regular season title, and Texas is the number 1 seed in the SEC tournament. The top 4 seeds all get double byes to Thursday. So you'll see 4 games today, 4 games tomorrow, and then Texas will await a winner for their first game on Thursday at 3 o'clock. The Longhorns will play either Tennessee, Alabama, or Missouri. More than likely Tennessee or Alabama, 2 teams the Longhorns did not see in the regular season. So we'll wait and see how the results play out over these next couple of days before we preview an exact matchup for Texas baseball in the conference tournament. But yesterday, the SEC announced some season-long awards, Buck. No surprise, Jim Schlossnagle, the SEC Coach of the Year. I'd say that was maybe the most obvious Coach of the Year pick of all time.
Oh, yeah. Congratulations. That's great.
Yeah, I mean, the job that he did in year 1, I think every Longhorn fan was pretty excited when the hire was made last summer, but I don't think anybody expected this. The Longhorns go 42-11 in the regular season. Of course, they win the SEC with a 22-8 conference record. It was 2 games better than second place in the league. I mean, what can you say? Look, there's no coaching staff of the year award. I think Jim Schlossnagle would be the first to say, like, hey, credit goes to my staff, and he would also credit the players as well. He understands that you need to have those to win games in this sport. But the job that Schloss and Max Weiner, the pitching coach, and Troy Tulowitzki, and obviously Nolan Cain as well, the job that those 4 guys have done, I mean, those guys might be in the running for National Coach of the Year. I don't know every team and every record around the nation, but the National Coach of the Year award might end up going to Jim Schlossnagle with the job that he's been able to do and the turnaround that he's been able to have at Texas here in year 1.
Yeah, it depends on when that voting is. I mean, if it's regular season, I would say that thing should be over with.
Yeah, you would think, right?
Right.
And, there's some other, UTSA's coach won their conference coach of the year. Like, there's some other mid-major coaches that did a great job, and obviously some other really good stories from around college baseball. But to do what Schloss has done, I mean, Texas was the number 1 team in the country for a while. They're number 2 right now, but they obviously just won the toughest conference in the sports.
It's that tough, huh?
Well, Texas had an easy schedule, Buck. So for everybody else, it's really tough. But for Texas,
not so tough.
And let's not forget, sometimes you need luck to go your way. Remember, when Jim Schlossnagle got the job, he originally hired Michael Early to be his hitting coach. And Troy Tulowitzki, who was obviously here the last couple of years of the David Pierce era, was about to be out of a job. Someone was going to hire him really quickly, but that obviously wasn't going to be at Texas. And then, the Aggies hire Michael Early back to be their head coach. And then that left an opening for the hitting coach spot on Schloss's staff. Schloss ends up keeping Tulo around, and the rest is history.
The rest is the Aggies have their guy.
The rest is the Aggies have their guy that caused them to likely miss the tournament this year.
Wow.
I saw a bracket projection yesterday, and Texas A&M was a next 4-out team. Not a first 4-out. They were in the next 4-out category. So the Aggies, look, for Texas can lose on Thursday. It's not going to change anything. The Longhorns are a number 1 or at worst a number 2 national seed when the tournament bracket comes out on Sunday. A&M might need to go on a deep run. Hell, they might need the auto bid by winning the conference tournament to get in. That's how bad it's fallen. And, I mean, the reason why is A&M got swept by Mizzou. Like, A&M was kind of on the bubble, but they were seemingly in. And then they get swept by the previously winless Missouri Tigers at home. And I think that kind of tipped the Aggies to the outside looking in. And, yeah, look, I don't know. Maybe Michael Early would have been fine as this team's hitting coach. But obviously, Tulo's a stud. We've known that for years. What a great guy for these Texas players who all have aspirations to do what Tulo did in the big leagues, to learn from. And yeah, we're seeing what's happening with Michael Early in College Station.
And I and for the softball, women's softball team for the Aggies, I couldn't laugh that hard yesterday. It was hard for me to do because I'm a Title IX guy, so I just felt I would have felt bad, laughing at the ladies like that because that's me. I'm that kind of guy. WNBA, ladies softball. I couldn't laugh because they choked. So I won't do it today.
You can be a Title IX guy, like you're still supporting softball. Us talking about softball means you're a Title IX guy, but you don't have to support A&M to be a Title IX fan.
No, I'm supporting all women's sports now.
That's okay. You don't have to support every women's sports team. Is that what you're doing?
I'm trying to. I just can't laugh at their
OU? You're a big OU softball fan now?
Never. Sorry, not all women's sports. I said women.
Oh,
sorry.
Damn. Is that why OU softball's been so good these last few years?
Dudes.
Are you accusing them of playing with dudes? Well, I don't know how many players are doing that, but you know what I mean?
Those dudes are good.
Those dudes are good. You called the South Carolina women's basketball team a bunch of dudes during the college basketball season, and now you're calling the OU softball team a bunch of dudes now?
SEC is full of dudes.
The SEC is full of dudes. Yeah, I'll poke fun at Texas A&M softball. We've got a little we need to make message board meltdown a segment on this show. From time to time, we'll show the people. Yeah, from time to time, we'll show the people various posts from various message boards from around the country. And our friends at TexAgs usually supply most of the material for that. We need to make this a weekly bit. But I did see this post from a TexAgs poster yesterday. The title reads, "Unfair Media Bias Continues." ESPN and other media outlets mentioned over and over about how A&M softball was the first ever #1 seed to not advance to the Super Regional. I don't recall them ever saying that about anyone else. Certainly not TU. I'm sure what Tulsa has to do with this. Why is it only a big deal when A&M does something horrible for the first time ever? Pathetic. Well, I think you answered your own question there, poster.
Yeah, because it's the first time ever.
Yeah, no one's ever talked about Texas losing in a regional as a 1 seed because Texas has never done it. No one's ever talked about anybody else losing in the softball regional as a 1 seed because no one's ever done it. So it's not really unfair bias. It's, well, you're the only team that has effed up that bad. So you're getting talked about. Congrats, A&M. In baseball, they were the earliest preseason #1 to drop from the top 25. And in softball, they are the first postseason #1 to lose before the Super Regional.
Wow.
It's not media bias. Those are the facts, Aggies.
Sorry about it. See, I told you I didn't want to do this. I knew if I could egg you on, this would just happen.
Hey, you don't have to do it. I'll do it for you.
There you go.
Just like the drinking. You don't drink anymore. I do the drinking for two.
There you go.
We know you're a closet Aggie fan, so you're scared to take shots at A&M.
What?
So I will do it for you.
I'm not afraid to take shots at the Sooners ever.
No, nor should you be.
Thank you very much.
They give you plenty of material. In this sport, not so much. They've dominated college softball for too damn long. But in other sports, yeah, they help you out with free material. But yeah, as Patrick says, the Aggie jokes write themselves. There's a team that writes the jokes on their own. It is Texas A&M across all sports.
Yeah, so, kind of.
It worked out well for Texas baseball. So thanks for Schloss, Aggies. We appreciate that. We will see if Michael Early gets a year 2 in College Station. I hope he does. I enjoyed this A&M year. I hope they bring him back and hope that he can be the guy to turn things around.
He's not under fire after year 1, is he?
Oh, yeah, he is.
Is he really?
I don't know what the administration actually thinks, but you look at the message boards, you look at Twitter, you look at the fans, they're ready for a change already.
Wow.
I mean, it's one thing to go from national championship series to missing the tournament. That's bad enough. But to watch what Texas is doing with your former coach, like your biggest rival is the #1 team in the conference and the #2 team in the country right now, like that twists the knife a heck of a lot more, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. You're right.
So, A&M, I thought it was a very short-sighted hire. It's the same thing when Texas Tech hired Mark Adams from Chris Beard's staff after Beard left for Texas. like that at least worked for a year. Texas Tech made the Sweet 16 in their first season, and then Adams got fired in year 2 because things had fallen off so far so fast. I thought A&M would at least keep it together for year 1 of the early era, but I mean they haven't done that, so they should probably go hire a real coach because Michael Early is he's just not ready for that. Like, it's not to say he can't be a good coach down the line, but he just wasn't qualified.
Do we have the time to wait for him?
Yeah. Well, I hope they do. I hope they wait forever for him. But, A&M, hey, they led the SEC in severance money paid this year. Remember that?
There you go.
They were first in the conference in something. If they want to be first in the conference in something again next year, they will move on from Coach Early pretty early.
Yeah, they want to move on from coaches. They've lost coaches. Buzz is gone. I mean, people are stepping out of that place.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they're either getting canned and getting paid to leave, or they are leaving for greener pastures. And it does feel like the grass is usually greener once you do leave College Station. By the way, congrats to Dylan Volantis. We talked about Schloss winning Coach of the Year. How about Dylan, the praying mantis Volantis, being named SEC Freshman of the Year yesterday?
Awesome.
Well-deserved. 12 saves this season, 11 in conference play, which led all SEC pitchers. He allowed just 5 runs in 28 1/3 conference innings. He led the SEC in ERA, whip, and batting average against. And the guy was a monster and was huge in the back end of the Texas bullpen and will continue to be huge throughout this postseason run that Texas goes on. But yeah, Dylan Volantis, incredibly well-deserved. 2 Longhorns named to the All-SEC first team. Volantis, one of them. Rylan Galvan, the catcher, the other one, led the team with 14 home runs this season. Interestingly enough, none on the second team. 2 Longhorns on the All-First Team SEC, none on the second team, so not a lot of love there. 4 Texas players selected to the All-Defensive team. I didn't know that was a thing, but there's an All-Defensive team in the SEC for college baseball. Got Rylan Galvan, Kimball Schuessler, who started as a catcher, switched to first base. So very impressive that after a position change,
absolutely,
he gets that recognition. Will Gasparino and Ethan Mendoza, the other 2, to get that honor.
Well-deserved for those guys, too.
Yeah, absolutely. You figured Texas would have a smattering of players on those all-conference teams and getting those all-conference awards. I think maybe a couple of more could have made the cut, but it's a deep and talented league. And ultimately, the most important thing is the championship trophy. And that's what.
Well, there wouldn't have been any doubt about the starting pitcher if he wouldn't have got hurt. So,
yeah, I'm with you on that, right? First or second team, you feel like Jared Spencer would have been somewhere on that list. Obviously, he goes down for the year with a little over a month left in conference play. That took him off of anybody's lists. But, yeah, I mean, Dylan Volantis, Rylan Galvan, those guys were no-brainers with the years that they had. Huge parts of Texas winning the SEC. So, congrats to all of those guys. Again, well-deserved. Texas getting some love from the conference. And we will see what the Longhorns are able to do in Hoover. But should be a fun few days. I mean, I'm not a huge conference tournament guy in terms of, I don't think they're very important, but they are fun to watch. And there's going to be some really good baseball played over these next few days in the state of Alabama. So, as a bit of a college baseball junkie, I realize the season is getting closer and closer to the end. So I'm going to take in as much as I can here during conference championship week.
You weren't excited about heading down to Hoover?
No. Yeah. TSU thought for about a quarter of a second of making a road trip to Hoover, Alabama. And then we remembered it's in Hoover, Alabama.
Yes.
So that's, I've never been to Hoover. I don't know what that ballpark is like. I don't know what the atmosphere around the ballpark is like this weekend. Maybe it's
you're not finding out this year,
but I don't think I'm going to find out in a year. Can we get that moved, please? The basketball tournament is in Nashville. That's fun. The football championship game is in Atlanta. Not the most fun, but it is a big major city with a lot to do. Baseball, Hoover, you got to fly into Birmingham and then get in the car and drive.
No.
What are we doing here? Now that, Texas and OU are in the league, can we get it maybe closer to us?
That'd be nice.
Yeah. How about, in
Houston?
Closer
to us than like we have to do for softball. So.
With the Women's College World Series being in Oklahoma City every year.
The home game?
Yeah, I guess the good news is, Oklahoma doesn't get to play its conference tournament in Oklahoma anymore. Instead, they get free rainouts to conference tournament titles in the SEC.
How about that? Here's a title for you and a title for you.
You probably would have won that one anyways.
Yeah, I'd take it that they would have won. That's what I'm thinking.
Well, considering A&M lost to Limu, Emu, and Doug the other day.
Wow.
I think you're right on that. But yeah, the Women's College World Series still in Oklahoma City, which is cool. Look, Texas, 2 wins away. If the Longhorns take care of business in the Austin Super Regional against Clemson, they will be back in the Women's College World Series. Of course, Texas has finished runner-up in 2 of the last 3 Women's College World Series, losing both of them to Oklahoma. That will not happen this year because Texas and OU are on the same side of the bracket. So they could obviously meet in Oklahoma City, but it wouldn't be for a national championship. But, if Texas keeps winning, you would think at some point they're going to have to run into the hated Sooners again. And, hopefully the Longhorns can reverse the recent trend between these two sides because it is heavily favored Oklahoma. But yeah, Hoover for the baseball this week. If you are a Texas baseball fan, we're going to talk to Mark Pena on Thursday to preview Texas's run in the SEC tournament and talk all things Longhorn baseball. I have no idea if he's going. If you are a Longhorn baseball fan making the trip, hey, send us a postcard, would you?
Yes, from Hoover.
Yeah.
From the vacuum cleaners, the national from their center, please send us something.
You think they've got a vacuum museum out there?
I think they've got a big one, yeah.
Yeah, maybe. If that's the case, then yeah, let us know what that's like. We're going to be staying here watching on our AV Consultations TV.
Absolutely, man.
All right, so there's some Longhorn baseball and softball to open up the show. We've got some college football to get into, a big potential rule change coming to college football. We might actually have some regulations coming down for name, image, and likeness. We'll get to that here in a moment. But before that, Buck, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, Relax the Back embraces a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years of proven expertise. And my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is live wellness. And right now, transform your routine and your life with some great, great chairs. And of course, they've got all the accessories that you need to make your life a lot more comfortable, whether it's your thoracic back, lumbar area, shoulders, hips. They've got it at Relax the Back. Check out all the different things they have. Tempur-Pedic mattresses, Tempur-Pedic pillows, and accessories that are going to help you or somebody that you care about feel more comfortable. I'm in my Relax the Back chair. We had a nice chair yesterday, by the way, at Falconhead. Appreciate that support on my back yesterday. But nothing's like this chair, folks. Nothing has ever been like the chair I got from Relax the Back. They got great massage chairs, of course, human scale office chairs, desk, and all the accessories, as I said, you need to help you feel great. 2 great locations at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Speaking of pain-free and relaxation.
There you go. Ollie Pop. Cream me.
Cream me, please.
Yes.
No better way to start off your day than with a nice creaming from an Ollie Pop cream soda. Love this stuff.
I'm going to play a little golf. I'm going to have a cola. I'm going to have the classic cola today.
There you go. Get you one on your way out to the course. Whatever you've got going on today, get you an Ollie Pop. This is the game changer of all game changers. It's soda, so it tastes like soda, but it's actually good for you. 9 grams of fiber in this can of Ollie Pop. You've got prebiotics, you've got botanicals, you've got plant fibers. I don't know what those words mean. I do know they are good for my digestive health. And every time you drink a can of Ollie Pop, you are supporting your digestive health. Soda used to be horrible for you. Now soda is actually good for you. And the best part, the taste is to die for. Only 2 grams of sugar in this entire can, 40 calories, 0 fat. I'm telling you, it is a game changer. They've got 19 different flavors. The cola that the Buck talked about, the cream soda that I've got this morning, the grape, the strawberry vanilla, the lemon lime, the root beer. The list goes on and on.
The ginger ale.
The ginger ale is there as well. And Ollie Pop is easy to find wherever you buy your groceries. You can find Ollie Pop, H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, Costco. They've got the individual cans. They've got the 4-packs. They've got 8-packs. They've got big cases as well. Next time you shop, make sure you shop Ollie Pop. Yes, indeed. And a shout out to our friends at centextickets.com as well. We've got some postseason baseball and softball coming here to Austin, Texas. Hey, the Austin Super Regional this weekend. The Longhorns 2 wins away from another trip to the Women's College World Series. If you want to be at McCombs Field for any of these games, they got you covered at centextickets.com. And of course, after the SEC baseball tournament, the Longhorns will return home to open up the NCAA tournament next week. If you want to be at the dish for any of those games in the Austin Regional, Centex Tickets has you covered. Again, centextickets.com. Don't forget to use the promo code Centex10. That is exclusive to TSU listeners. You type in Centex10 at checkout, you're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase online at centextickets.com.
Wonderful, man. Wonderful.
Yes, indeed. All right, Buck, we've got some big changes potentially coming to college football. We've got an article posted by Ross Dellinger of Yahoo Sports. This was published last night. I'm going to read some excerpts from it first, and then I'm going to try to put it into layman's terms here. That might be more so for me than anybody else. But here are a few exact quotes from Ross Dellinger's piece about what's going on, at least potentially going on in college football.
Yes.
Quotes, officials from the Big Ten, SEC, Big 12, and ACC are circulating a draft of a groundbreaking and first-of-its-kind document intended to prevent universities from using their state laws to violate new enforcement rules and, in wholly stunning concept, require schools to waive their right to pursue legal challenges against the new enforcement entity, the College Sports Commission. This document would bind institutions to the enforcement policies, even if their state law is contradictory, and would exempt the CSC, College Sports Commission, from lawsuits from member schools over enforcement decisions, offering instead a route for schools to pursue arbitration. The document, described as an affiliation or membership agreement, is not finalized, but a draft of the contract has been distributed to several school presidents, general counsels, and athletic directors, many of whom have expressed legal concerns with several of the document's concepts, which are now being refined. The document is meant to be signed by all power conference schools, perhaps as well as others opting into the settlement, as a way to bind the group and provide stability around the enforcement of rules. The consequence for not signing the agreement is steep. A school risks the loss of conference membership and participation against other power league programs, end quote.
Wow.
So that's all from the story. So to try to dumb this down as much as I can, the Power Four conferences are collaborating on a new contract basically aimed at enforcing uniform compliance and forthcoming NCC rules, including things like profit sharing and roster limits. So there have been some states, I know Tennessee has tried to pass a recent Senate bill that's we could do whatever we want in this state. Like Tennessee, Vanderbilt, Memphis, all of our public state universities, we don't have to follow what this new commission wants because our state legislation is going to allow us to do this, that, and the other. This is basically the conferences coming together and saying that, no, we need this to be pretty uniform. We can't have random states going rogue. We at least need a level-ish playing field in Power Four.
Yeah, they're trying to tell you that we're all going to abide by the same rules, and even if your state says no, but they're going to be individuals that are going to try to take this all the way to the Supreme Court. My right to make more money, NIL, my right to do this through the university. There's going to be a lot of that coming up, and they'll just have to handle that. And those individuals they'll have to get their own individual lawyers. They'll have to deal with it because the school's not going to be able to deal with it. School's going to be under contract to do exactly what the league says or the commission says, but individuals can do whatever they need to in individual settlements, and lawsuits. That's still going to be out there. There's still going to be a lot of individual lawsuits, I got to believe.
Well, we'll see. I mean, this has to get passed first, right? This sounds great in principle. Hey, all of the conferences agree, and we've got uniform rules when it comes
everything
to
we ask
limits.
for. That's everything everybody wants: a commission and a commissioner of college football.
Yeah, I mean, it's a start of what we're looking for, right?
Right.
But it's something. It feels like they're at least talking about rules and regulations to try to, put a cap on this, maybe reel this giant fish back in a little bit. But I mentioned, Ross Dellinger mentions it in his article. Many of these presidents, general counsels, and athletic directors of these schools are still worried about legal concerns with this document.
Well, yeah, the
So,
individuals, they're like, hell, we're going to have to get involved. Maybe they won't just
no.
go after the conference; they'll go after the school.
Right, right. And that's where, these schools, understandably so, are trying to protect themselves. Like, hey, if we're going to sign this document that has pretty serious consequences, like that's a huge element to this whole deal, is that if you don't sign, you might get kicked out of your conference. So I don't think a whole lot of people want that. So,
No,
hey, if we're going to sign this document that binds us to everything, then we need to make sure that our own student athletes can't come after us for anything. If there are going to be lawsuits, it's you guys who have to deal with it and not us guys.
yeah, those lawsuits are going to come at the state. They're not going to come at, they're not going to come at the school presidents or the coach or the athletic director. They're like, hey, those kids are going to come after us if they feel like they're getting screwed in any way.
Yeah.
But it also keeps the states from going, wait a minute. Well, if you want to get out of the big conferences, Tennessee and places like that can jump down to, I don't know, the Sun Belt. If the Sun Belt will let them in, if they feel confident about that. But still, the Sun Belt, they're all going to have rules. It's all going to come to all those different places. That
Yeah.
NIL. Sorry, you can't be paying millions of dollars to this kid to come to your school because we can't compete with you. So we don't want you in our little Sun Belt league. We don't want the Tennessees of the world and, schools that do have a lot of money to drop out of it and win championships and still get the playoffs, by
Damn.
crushing us, because they'll crush us.
You're sending Tennessee to the Fun Belt?
Yeah, they want to win. They want to win national championships. They want to get into the college playoffs, so they'll jump down to the Fun Belt and destroy all the schools there,
They just made the playoff and they just won the baseball championship. That's where A&M should be going, not Tennessee.
Oh, well, okay. I'm sorry. I thought we had too much on the Aggies. You're right. That would be a great place for them to start.
You think
Because
the Fun
hey,
Belt
even
wants
the
them?
Big 12 is in on this. So sorry, the Aggies could go to the Fun Belt and win some championships, get into
Yeah.
playoffs, but they don't want them there.
Yeah. I don't know if they do. Maybe the MAC will take A&M.
Oh no, not the
I don't know.
MAC.
I don't know if Eastern Michigan wants to be traveling all this way, Maybe they'll say no on that deal.
I think it's I think it's a good start. I think that's I mean that the commission the commissioner and that staff will have to have an awful lot of power, and the states will have to relent and say, okay, you can come after us. We'll deal with it, but you can't come after the universities.
Yeah, I don't think anybody really wants the government to get involved in this. We just feel like the government has to get involved in this because the NCAA hasn't done anything,
Well,
right?
it's
Like,
not. I mean, and it's not totally the NCAAs. It's the colleges themselves. They can't agree on anything. The SEC wants all the power. Period.
well,
The
the
SEC and the
NCAA could
Big
have
Ten.
gotten out in front of this years ago, is my
Well,
point,
yeah,
and prevented any of this from ever happening. And they could
SEC
have
and the Big
instilled.
Ten want all the power.
Well, I mean, right now it's the four of them that are collaborating together on this new
Yes.
contract. It's not just the SEC and the Big Ten, right? There's been a long-standing belief by a lot of folks out there that the SEC and the Big Ten are kind of going to start an AFC and NFC like you get in the NFL and just basically make their own, super league.
Well, if
And
this falters, that's the next move.
maybe it is. Yeah, and maybe even if this doesn't falter, like at some point we still get that. I don't know. But as a guy who's not in favor of that, I like that the four conferences are working together. Look, you're never going to get, and you never should get, the SEC negotiating with Conference USA. Like, sorry about that, Conference USA fans. It's not a level playing field. It's never been a level playing field. We don't need to act like those two schools or those two leagues are on the same level. But
Right.
I do want there, I wish there was still a Power 5. I do want there to at least be a Power 4 in the sport. And I do want them to find a way to kind of centralize the control in college athletics. and maybe this college sports commission, whatever it evolves into. Right now it's Nick Saban and Cody Campbell. Those are the two names that we know that are a big part of this thing.
Sure.
Eventually we'll find out about more, and maybe they get an actual commissioner, or maybe they just have a giant board that handles all of this stuff. But I like that, right? You got a commissioner in a league office in every professional sport in this country.
Right.
College football has been for a while, but now it's really a professional sport in this country. So you should have something very, very similar. That should be the decision-making. It shouldn't be Congress. It shouldn't be the president. It shouldn't be whatever. Like, it should be a commission or a commissioner that helps make decisions to better your sport. And it sounds like people at least are trying to make that happen right now.
Yeah, that power forward, that's gonna happen. That's gonna have to happen, or this thing is gonna just bust wide open.
It already feels busted wide open, doesn't it? Like, it's scary because I think you're right. Like, I think there could be more, and it's like, what's next? Like, after the Nico situation, speaking of Tennessee, after the Nico situation, it's like, what have we not done yet? What have we not seen yet? What else is out there? So there's clearly more. Every time you think you've seen it all, there's another wild thing that happens. But I like this, man, making sure that the Power 4 schools are all adhering to the same standards, and keeping a competitive balance and keeping some integrity across these conferences. Like, people are always going to be doing stuff to get a leg up. I understand.
Plus, you want more student athletes, don't you?
I want more athletes. I don't really care about the school part. I just, I want the athletes to be taken care of, but I don't want, it's sort of the whole inmates running the asylum bit.
Yeah, it's getting closer and closer to that's what's happening. Well, it's already there.
It already is. Yeah. And again, it's scary to think about what could be next because it is already there. And there's never been a better time to be a college athlete than right now.
Oh, yeah.
Like, especially if you're really good. Some people aren't super affected by NIL. We still love you. But, if you're a 4 or 5-star football player or 5-star basketball player, whatever, then this is the best time to be an athlete because, for years you couldn't get anything.
Leave out a couple cousins and uncles out of the deal. You're still going to be okay.
Yeah, be smart. For years you couldn't get anything. And in the future, they're going to cap this, you would think, at least a little bit. So now it's like it is the wild, wild west. And you can make more than anybody ever will. So that's the good news. But yeah, you got to put some of the toothpaste back in the tube. Can't get all of it back in there.
Once again, the individual lawsuits are going to be there.
You would think
somebody's going to go get after. I don't know who it's going to be. I mean, if the states are all together on it and everybody's together, it's going to be hard to do that. But some kid, their parents, the lawyer, the agent, they're going to want to take it to the highest course and say, you can't do this.
Right. Well, there's no decision that's going to make everybody happy, right?
Well, and then that need to go, the states or the courts need to go, well, we're not stopping them from playing the sport. They just can't play in this conference. They can go play somewhere. That's fine. If somebody else wants to do this or wants to pay them that or wants them to do that, that's okay. But they just can't be at the Georgias or the Alabamas or the Texas or, K-States they can't do it. We don't do that. We're not giving them that kind of money. We're not giving them that kind of freedom. Sorry.
Yeah. Excuse me, Buck. That's where you wonder if contracts are coming to these student athletes, right? And part of the contract is if you sign to play here at this power school in this Power 4 conference, you cannot sue us for this, this, and this.
That's probably all going to be a part of it. Yeah, I got it. Instead of the scholarship signatures, they're going to be doing these kind of contract signatures. You're right.
Yeah, like if you want to cash in on NIL and you want to be a part of revenue sharing, because that's where the colleges actually control the power, because it's, revenue sharing is money coming into their school that'll get distributed to the players themselves.
And it'll get distributed to all the players. It'll get distributed because this is what the TV rights are giving you. And so you have to distribute this. I don't know if they'll be able, maybe the commission will say, your third string tailback or there's not going to be any walk-on. So everybody's going to be under scholarship. So here's what we're going to do. Your NIL money, your stars can make this, but the money that's coming from TV revenue, where we're revenue sharing, this guy has to get this much, this other guy has to get that much, but there can't be a huge discrepancy in the starting quarterback and the third string tailback or whatever, because it's all distributed to. I think it'll be different. I think that kind of money will be a little bit different. And
yeah, I
that's
don't know.
fine.
We do kind of know that, a couple of schools have basically come out and said, hey, here's what our revenue sharing model is going to look like, right? Football is going to get the biggest chunk, and then men's basketball, and then this, that, and the other. It kind of trickles down from there.
How you distribute it throughout your sport.
Yeah. So we know, like, yeah, football is going to be getting the most. They make the most. But you're right. Like, how is it distributed within the players of each sport? That I don't know if we do know, right? Maybe it's uniform. Hey, if you're a starter, every starter gets this amount. Every backup gets this amount.
You're right. That could be it. You're right.
Hey, seniors get this much. Juniors get this much. Sophomores this much. Freshmen this much. If you're a transfer, you get a little bit less because you haven't been here as long. Like that.
Yeah, I think it's going to go on something like that than star power. Your star quarterback is going to get this. Sorry, the rest of you guys are going to have to share this. I don't think it's going to be that way. I think NIL may be that way. That's going to give you an opportunity, if you're a star, to make money that way. But I don't think it's going to be that revenue sharing. I don't think it's going to work out, where, okay, the star quarterback's getting this, but the other guy who's a second string running back is only getting this. I think the universities they got to figure that part out.
Yeah. Yeah. And then speaking of star power, you wonder about recruiting star power too. Like, will that have any impact? How many stars a kid has? Are they going to get more money right when they get here? It's, obviously so much.
To me, that's got to be uniformed as a freshman. You only get this.
I would think.
Your star power. You can't come into college making, $4 million and somebody else is making, $10,000. I mean, there needs to be a cap part on that. You're a freshman, it's your first year in college football. That's enough money for you to survive this semester,
Right. And then you wonder, was the freshman running back making as much as the freshman long snapper? Are they going to be okay with that? And again, that's where you could have a contract where it's like that. You sign that you're okay with that. If you want any of this money from the revenue sharing from whatever university you sign with, then
there's going to be a lot of 3 and 4 stars saying, okay, I'll take that money. That's good. There's going to be a lot of parents that are going to say, you know what? Hell yeah, this is plenty of money.
Well, NIL, like I think a lot of people, myself included, want NIL to get back to what it was supposed to be, which is like you go out and find endorsement deals, or you have an agent or your family or somebody goes out and finds you, hey, you're going to make this many appearances for this much money. You're going to sign these autographs for this much money.
You're actually working for that money.
Yeah, you're going to be on this commercial. You're going to partner with, you're partnering with TSU. You do weekly interviews with TSU. Like, boom, you're going to get money. Like, we had a deal with Ethan Burke last year. Right. It was great. Ethan Burke got paid. It was awesome. Shout out to Real Truck for that. Like, that's what NIL should be. Plus the revenue sharing from the schools. That, to me, makes
plenty of money. That's plenty of money, guys. You've got them back. You've been waiting for years to get them back. You truly have got them back. Don't get too greedy.
Oh, now they're super greedy. Again, Nico at Tennessee is case in point of that. So it's
once again, I don't think it's the players or the kids. I think it's the adults.
It always is.
Yes.
It always is. I mean, the kids obviously want money too, but it's the parents. I mean, it was Nico's dad who was causing the biggest problems in Knoxville, and that's why his son is making a lot less money at UCLA now than he would have made if he just, stayed at Tennessee and they kind of kept their mouth shut and took the millions of dollars they were set to make.
Wow.
Didn't have enough. All right. We'll take your thoughts. Again, this is this move at least signifies a shift towards a more centralized control within college athletics. But again, it sounds like we're a while away. We've got all of these schools and power conferences having to agree on something that makes sense. But at least we are working towards a common goal to find some common ground to sort of level the playing field in the power.
Yeah, and you won't find the quarterback like the kid at Michigan making $10 million coming into his freshman. That kind of stuff has to stop. And you can say what you want. You can try to do that under the table. You're not hiding $10 million from anybody.
Look, if the owner of Barstool is a Michigan guy.
Yes.
And he apparently paid at 3, 4, maybe $5 million of that $10 million to get that kid to Michigan. Bryce Underwood is his name. Hey, kid could sign a $4 million deal with Barstool Sports when he goes to college.
Yeah, that's his NIL. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Like, I think that type of stuff should be allowed. Not every school can do that. Good news is, if you're a Texas fan, if you're an A&M fan, if you're a Texas Tech fan, your school can do stuff like that, which is great. But like that, again, that's fine because that's name, image, and likeness. You're signing an endorsement deal. And Bryce Underwood, like, okay, he's got to do shows with Barstool Sports every week. Like, that's a part of the bit. But you could get paid for that. So some of these athletes, like the Arch Mannings of the world, are still going to make a crap ton of money because of the deals that they sign with other people. But it can't be just, pay for play. Like, hey, to get you on your campus, our donors are going to just, here's $5 million for you. Come play at Texas. Like that, and you don't have to do anything.
Somebody said, could I tolerate coaching with NIL? Yeah, I could tolerate coaching with NIL because I still wouldn't put up with a bunch of stuff. It wouldn't, I wouldn't, my head coach would have to I'd have to tell my head coach, this kid decided he couldn't make it today. He's been late a couple of times because he's had to meet with his NIL people. I would just tell the head coach, that dude is probably getting ready not to be the starter here shortly. I mean, that would be between me and the head coach. It wouldn't be between me and the kid, because between me and the kid, it was like, hey, kid, go sit your ass in the corner somewhere.
You would take.
I mean, I wouldn't have any problems with that. I didn't veer away from that kind of thing, whether it was money or the guy was a star. I had certain things in my mind that I couldn't tolerate, and I wouldn't tolerate with it, But I mean, you'll lose your livelihood as the assistant coach. You screw around and think you can make those kind of decisions on your own. That's stuff between a coach. When somebody asks me, could I do it? Yeah, there's a lot of things I could tolerate, but there's different professions that I would be in if I had to go. I'm not kissing any kid's ass. I'm not kissing some kid 18 years old. I'm not getting on my knees for a kid who's 17 or 18 who's just leaving high school and coming to college. I don't care how good they are. I couldn't coach like that. I wouldn't coach like that, and I would have that. There would be an agreement with myself and the head coach of, if it got too far, that dude is going to be that guy that you think is a star. I'll make a star out of the other guy.
Yeah, hopefully you're not getting on your knees for any of those kids.
But I don't know if that's what coaches are going through. I bet you there's a few coaches that are having to put up with that kind of stuff. There are ways that coaches have to change too. That's a part of it.
Yeah, no, it's different.
Individual kids want to be coached hard. The ones that want to succeed, they're not going to take advantage of somebody that's got the ability to make them better at what they think their skill is. It's not always about making all that money and all that stuff, saying screw you to the coach. They want to get better because at that next level, it changes again, to something totally different. So
most kids are like that, right? And it's kind of a shame because, some of the kids who are just in it for, trying to actually get better. Some of the kids who are just in it to, hey, I'm a part of this great team and I'm just trying to get a college education and this is awesome. Like they're lumped in.
The majority of them are in it for those two things that you just said.
Yeah, but they all get lumped into the Nico Iamaleavas of the world. And
yeah, that's not fair. That's not fair.
And it's like, no, that's not the case, right? But it has never been harder. Not to say it's ever been easy to be a college football coach, but I don't think it's ever been harder to be a college football coach with all of this extra stuff going on. Because
I didn't tolerate my kids being over the top, so I wouldn't tolerate those kids being, because they're still
it's hard because you're going to lose them. And it's like, you might say, all right, there's another one. Well, what if you lose 2 or 3 of them? Like, it's not just NIL, it's the portal that's here too. And it's easier than ever for a kid to just transfer. Oh, my coach is being a jerk to me. I'm going to leave. Sounds ridiculous. Like, your job is to tough love, right? Like you're doing it for a reason, but it's just, you've got to massage egos now more than ever before.
Yeah. And you've always had to massage. You always had to do that. You always had to, no matter what, there's always some kid who was better. I mean, if you're honest with them, everything's good. As I said, when Ricky came and I told the guys, I said, hey, that guy's going to be the starting fullback. And everybody looked at me like, how do you know that? I said, I watch film. That's how I know that. And I've watched you, and that's how I know that. You need to get better.
Yeah, he's better.
They didn't like that. They all stuck around.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. How easy was the transfer process back then?
I mean, you had to, when you had to sit out a year, no kid wanted to sit out a year, no matter whether it's in conference, out of conference. No kid wanted to transfer and sit out. They didn't want to be without a football season back then. But
so that's it. Like, now you don't have to sit out, so it's easier for them to leave. So
yeah, they can go someplace where they're assured of being the guy.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of kids do. Most of them don't, but a lot of them do.
You're right.
And what a weird time in college sports. So there you go. There's the latest happening there in the Power Four. Good stuff from Ross Dellinger. Might reach out to him and try to get him on the show at some point soon. Guy's always a good interview, and he's always.
I think it's good for college. I mean, it's good. It needs to get started, and it needs to get started quickly. It doesn't need to be here we go. It's the end of July, and we're going to wait till after 25 season because it's too late. We're getting ready to start football. We can't do it. No, they need to get going this summer, get cranking with this.
It needs to happen 2 years ago.
Yes.
That's where we're at right now. All right, we'll shift gears here. Hey, the conference finals start tonight in the NBA and the NHL. We'll see what the Buck has for the people. We'll get the Bucks Gold Star locks, and we'll preview some NBA and NHL playoffs here in a second. But first, a few more sponsor shout-outs.
Shout out our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits. It was good to see Ricky there. He's a big part of 34, obviously, 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway for all of your alcohol needs. And they've got it all there for you. They're a wholesale distributor, and they can get all their beer, all their liquor out to you. Whether it's a small party or a big party, you can call on them to deliver to you. As I said, things are going really, really well for them. It was good to see Ricky yesterday. But it's located at 4601. Go by and say hello to them. And once again, you'll find that great beer, that Altstadt beer they have right there. I saw the truckloads coming in the other day. They get rid of that. Altstadt comes into that place, and it gets out of there pretty quickly because that parking lot is filled with people. And they continue to grow, and we do appreciate those guys at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway.
Yes, indeed. The best liquor store in the state of Texas, and the best beer you could find in the state of Texas is the aforementioned Altstadt Beer. Oh, man, it was nice Friday out at the Mullet Open. Everyone's out golfing, spending 5-6 hours in 95-degree heat, watching their balls go into buckets of sand and watching them go into trees. And I'm just sitting on the lazy river with an ice cold Altstadt beer, baby. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The best beer there is. And boy, what a time on the sports calendar right now with the college baseball tournament about to begin. Obviously, conference final time in the NBA and the NHL. Major League Baseball is in full swing. How about a Rangers-Yankees series these next few days?
Now you're talking.
At the stadium. Yeah, baseball, basketball, hockey, and, of course, football will be here before you know it. Never a bad time for an ice-cold Altstadt beer. They've got a bunch of different brews as well, something for every beer drinker out there. I need to get to 34 and get me a six-pack of the Peach Radler, the perfect summer seasonal brew. It's a gold medal award-winning beer. Took home a gold for the best fruit beer at the World Beer Cup a couple of weeks ago. So it's not just me telling you about the greatness of Altstadt. People who drink beer for a living are heaping all sorts of praise on Altstadt beer. Get you some. Don't just take our word for it. The next time you're at 34 Wine and Spirits or any grocery store that sells beer, make sure you are shopping the best. That is Altstadt beer, no impurities, no regrets. And our friends at Altstadt, we will also be doing a giveaway in the not too distant future of a pair of sweet tickets to an Austin FC game.
Oh, nice.
Courtesy of our friends at Altstadt. You're actually going to get to hang out in the Altstadt suite, which, oh, man. Start hydrating now is what I would say. The sweet life with our friends at Altstadt. We'll have some details on that coming up, but shout out to Altstadt Beer. Also,
CB asked if was Vince Young there yesterday? I didn't see Vince.
I didn't either. He was on the list of players who were supposed to show up. Maybe he showed up after our show was done. Maybe he showed up a little bit after they teed off. Maybe he was just there for the award ceremony at the end. But we did not see VY. Believe me, if we saw him walking around, we would have flagged him down for sure. Try to get him on the show.
I miss Ricky out of my peripherals. You thought I saw him. I never even saw him go into the building.
Dude, that was the funniest thing ever.
Was I just so unaware? I mean, was he like right on me, right beside me?
Yeah, I mean, he walked right by you. You just had the slowest turn ever. I'm like, Buck, look who it is. And I was clearly looking right. And then you just slowly, I mean, you look like a damn sloth, just slowly turning. And by the time you got there, Ricky was already inside. But you flagged him down. You went inside and got him, and we got to chop it up with him for 8 or 9 minutes yesterday. Definitely check out the podcast if you missed it. Got Ricky's thoughts on everything going on in his life, but also on Texas football and the running back room going into 2025. Great to catch up with him. And obviously, Casey Studdard. Fun conversation anytime we get to chop it up with that dude. So, yeah, fun times had by all yesterday. Quick shout out to AV Consultations. Speaking of great times on the sports calendar, it's a perfect time to call AV Consultations to get your home TV setup done and done the way that you've always wanted it done. I've got the 4 TVs set up in the other room. I've got these 2 TVs behind me. They look great. They work great. They're all professionally hung up and installed by AV Consultations. If you want the man cave or the gentleman's lounge, as we like to call it now, like I've got, or if you want the giant 85-incher like the Buck has, if you think you can handle 85 inches at home.
Yeah, really.
AV Consultations, or a home theater room with the giant projection screen, the badass surround sound, the whole home lighting. They can even do heated floors in your bathroom now. Like, if there's something you could think of that's going to make your home more badass, just call AV Consultations, and there's a very good chance they can do it for you. 255-8678, 512-255-8678, or find them online at avconsultations.com.
Sweet.
All right, Buck. Conference finals. Get going. It was a weird night in sports last night. Obviously, you had Major League Baseball going on. The Astros got to win. The Rangers did not play.
Juan Soto sucked again last night.
Yeah, we got to talk about Juan Soto. Maybe later in this hour, we'll talk about a tough stretch for that dude. But no NBA, no NHL, no major college baseball last night. A little bit of a slow night. I actually watched a movie on cable TV last night.
There you go.
Do people still do that?
Sure they do.
Really?
What did you see? What was it? Any good?
So I was working last night. I did a YouTube hit with our guy Steven at Fanatic Perspective. Shout out to him. And about 8 o'clock, it's like starting making dinner. And I just turned on the AV Consultations TV setup. And one of my TVs.
You're making dinner when I'm getting ready to go to bed. I like that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's hilarious. And I say making dinner. I was reheating leftover Chinese food. So I don't know if that qualifies as making dinner. No disrespect, Bill Parcells.
There you go.
But, I had TNT on because a lot of the basketball and the hockey have been on TNT. So it was just the channel I had my TV on before I turned it off, I guess the day before. And Suicide Squad was just starting. You ever seen that?
I think I've seen that. So
I think they've
That's the one with the kind of crazy girl who's
yes.
There's one main character in that.
Yeah, Harley Quinn.
That will bash your face with a hammer or something like that.
Yeah, Harley Quinn is her name in the movie. Margot Robbie is her name in the real life. And I mean, she's one of the best looking people in the entire world. So apparently they made 2, one in 2016 and then one in 2021. I saw that 2021.
Stop it. Good job by them stopping that.
I think they're still making spinoffs and stuff, but I'm not an expert on superhero movies. I'm not an expert on any movie, but a lot of F-bombs that were not actually said because it was on TNT. And I don't know why you would ever watch a movie on TV anymore because it took like 6 hours to finish. I think it was like a 2-hour-long movie, but because of commercials that you get on the TV networks, then it takes forever. So it was one of those, like I was doing other stuff and I wasn't super locked in, so I didn't care that the commercials were on. But I couldn't tell you the last time I've actually like sat and watched basically an entire movie on a TV network. We've got it so good with these streaming services now where you just don't have commercials or you TiVo stuff and you fast forward through commercials. Yeah, I don't know. I
don't have any of that kind of stuff, VK, where I miss commercials where I hit something and it goes through mine is just a regular, my cable is my cable. It's just Spectrum Suicide or whatever it's called. I just kind of go through it and just get it over with.
I don't think it's called Spectrum Suicide, but maybe it should be because there are times where I've thought because of Spectrum, I
haven't said that. They haven't been screwed up. And I'm going to say I'm going on, knock on wood, I'm going on a year that I haven't had a Spectrum screw up. How about that? A year.
I'm going on like 3 days and I'm terrified.
Really?
Today's going to be that day. Yeah, no, look, anytime I lag, which happens a decent amount on this, even though I pay for the upgraded internet, that's a rectum issue.
No, I'm going close. I'll be close to a year if I get to August, I believe.
There you go. All right. Well, you must have said something to make sure that they were taking care of you.
Oh, I go and shake the guy's hands when I see him. I see so many, they're out. That's why they have so many trucks. It's not because they can get to you. They're not like Woods Comfort Systems. They got a lot of trucks that get to you. They're out there because they have to get to you.
Oh, yeah.
Something screwed up.
You're right. You're right. That's how it works with them. But someone texted in on the Coda text line. I was watching Suicide Squad last night, too. I'm not alone on the watching movies on TV, I guess. But, yeah, it kept me up way too late. But it was good. It was worth watching. I was a fan. I don't know how.
Yeah, I'm not seen that. I've just seen bits and pieces. I've never actually sat down to watch that entire deal. It's maybe too strange for me.
Yeah, it's it's superhero stuff. So,
yeah,
are you a superhero movie guy in general?
Not really.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
yeah. I was always a Thor guy when it came to comic books and stuff like that. I wasn't really into Superman or, I watched Batman when Batman was a series on regular TV, like ABC or NBC when that came on. When Batman and Robin actually came on, I would wait once a week to see that. It was like my whole thing, like All in the Family, the Jeffersons. That's when the series were on, things like that I would watch. But I was not a comic. I couldn't afford comic books. I didn't. My family didn't have money to go out and jack around with, come back with, a quarter comic. Now I didn't. I just watched the stuff that somebody else did or whatever I would see in a newspaper at a newsstand. I was not Superman, Batman, but I did like Thor. Thor was always, the hammer guy was always kind of my guy.
Were you Batman or Bateman? Which show were you watching back then?
I watched Batman.
Yeah. Yeah, it was interesting. Yeah, your parents were doing you a solid by not buying you comic books. They didn't want to raise a loser.
Some of my friends had comics, some nice comic books and stuff in it. The color picture was always nice to see all the little colors.
One of them still in the high school locker, isn't he?
Probably. Stuff that dude in there.
His underwear still hanging from the top of the flagpole, huh?
Yeah, I didn't do too much. I delivered the paper. See, when I got to a certain age, I was a paper deliverer, so I could look and see comics in the paper, the Sunday paper, the everyday paper. I got to see comic,
Did you read that Fat Ass Cat? The one about the fat cat?
No, I didn't watch. I never really. Garfield, no.
There's Garfield. There it is.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
I wasn't a I never dug that cat.
Okay. Yeah. Not for me either. All right. To the sports we go. That's on me. I sidetracked us.
What about that Batman?
Bateman. We need your Gold Star locks.
You got him.
No NBA playoffs last night. No NHL playoffs last night. A rare off day. Obviously, if there were game sevens, then they would have been played yesterday. But previous rounds.
Bob from the Mullet Open is waiting for me to give these picks because he's very serious about my picks.
Oh, Bob is his name. Yeah. Your fake friend. You made up a story yesterday about how one of our listeners came up to you and said he was making a lot of money on your Gold Star locks, and he can't wait for this segment every day.
He's serious.
And then you gave him the name Bob. Way to make it sound real, guy.
Okay. Hey, Bob, everything's good. These losers don't understand. They think it's a joke. I'm trying to give you ways to make money during the summer and the fall and the winter and the spring. Yes.
Yeah. I'm surprised you didn't say John Doe was the guy's name.
I think it was John B.
John B. Sloop John B. All right, we'll start with the NBA. Game 1 in the Western Conference Finals is tonight. It is the 6th seed Minnesota Timberwolves against the Western Conference's top seed Oklahoma City Thunder. Game 1 in OKC. The Thunder are 6.5-point home favorites.
15,000 unit play on OKC.
Just like that, a 15K right off the bat.
Over that whiny baby from Minnesota.
Who's the whiny baby from Minnesota?
Edwards, that guy. Oh, my leg. Oh, my ankle. You'll see a lot of that tonight.
Oh, my arm. It's broken.
Oh, it's broken.
Caddyshack guy. I'm intrigued by this series. I know just about everybody's picking Oklahoma City to win, and I am too. But I think this goes the distance. I'm picking Oklahoma City in 7. These teams met 4 times in the regular season, and they split. which, considering the fact that Oklahoma City only lost 14 games this season, that's pretty impressive that Minnesota was able to go 2-2 against them. You've got two of the best young stars.
I think they win in 6, buddy.
Thunder in 6?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, two of the best young stars in the league. SGA, they're going to announce the NBA MVP during this series, and it's going to be SGA. So you've got the MVP, the young superstar for the Thunder, going up against Anthony Edwards, who might be a future MVP in this league. He's another great young star. Obviously, the Wolves back in the Western Conference Final for the second straight season. They lost to the Mavericks last year, back when times were good in Dallas. But you've got that matchup, which is interesting. Chet Holmgren, one of Oklahoma City's best players, is actually from Minneapolis, so kind of a homecoming for him. That's going to be an interesting matchup with him going up against Rudy Gobert down low. I just wonder if the Wolves have the depth. Like Dante DiVincenzo's not having a great playoffs for Minnesota. Oklahoma City can go 10 deep. They're the deepest team left. They've been the deepest team all year. It's why they won 68 games in the regular season. Over the course of a long series, does Minnesota have the depth to run with the Thunder?
I don't think they do.
I don't know if they do. Can Alexander Walker stay hot? Can DiVincenzo get things going a little bit? I mean, they run 7 or 8 deep, but they need more from their bench to stick around in this series, and they need Anthony Edwards to just be otherworldly good. And they also need Julius Randle to keep playing well. He's been a great story for the Timberwolves.
He has. He's been good.
Yeah, not enough people talking about him, but he has been one of the best players in the playoffs, regardless of team. And, I think it's doable. I mean, Denver just took Oklahoma City to 7 games. The Thunder haven't looked super dominant in these playoffs so far, so I think Minnesota can get this done. I think they make it interesting, but, I'm going to take the Thunder tonight, and I'm going to take the Thunder in this series as well. All right, so 15K on OKC.
Yes, sir.
In hockey, Game 1 of the East final is tonight. It is the Florida Panthers, funny enough, going up against Carolina, the other place with Panthers. But it's the Florida Panthers on the road in Raleigh, taking on the Carolina Raising Canes.
I'm going to take Carolina for 15,000 to start too.
Okay.
Bob.
Going with both home teams tonight.
Yes, Bob. That's what we're doing.
Bob the Builder. We got you. We're trying to build you a bankroll here on this show.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go. You'll get 30,000 immediately, right off the bat, to add to our winnings, Bob.
You are up 18,000 units in these playoffs. You had a great weekend. You were up 15,000 over the weekend after dipping into the red a week ago.
Dude, I have done nothing but to get killed and help the Stars out.
Well, yeah, Stars play tomorrow. Game 1 in Dallas.
They're not winning the Stanley Cup. Sorry.
I agree with you, but that's cool. I hope you pick against them. Thank you very much.
No, you don't. You want me picking with the Stars.
We'll see. I got a hunch your luck isn't going to run into this series.
Wow.
What do they say about lightning not striking twice in the same place? Can you get every game?
Huh?
No, I don't think it's happening in the conference final. You got very lucky, by the way. I don't think this would have changed your pick, but I just did a refresh of the line for that Thunder Wolves Game 1. It's now up to 7.5. So I'm giving you 6.5. You're welcome.
That's what you said. Yes, that'll be plenty.
You say I'm a bad guy when it comes to these spreads. I'm hooking you up.
You're in your half points.
I am hooking you up. It should be a full point more than it is, apparently.
Yeah, I think they're going to win by more than that anyway. Okay. I think Game 1 will be a blowout.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, that's 7:30 tonight on ESPN. The hockey game 7:00 on TNT. Quick preview of that series. It's the second time in the last 3 years Florida and Carolina have met in the Eastern Conference Final. The Panthers swept the Canes 2 years ago. All 4 games were decided by 1 goal. 3 of them went to overtime. Game 1 went to quadruple overtime. I don't know if anybody remembers that game out there. So, yeah, it's a sweep. It's like, uh-oh. But all 4 games were incredibly close. Florida just found a way late. And Florida's trying to reach the Stanley Cup final for their 3rd straight year. The Canes trying to get to the final for the first time since 2006. Florida went 2-1 against Carolina in the regular season. Carolina's looked dominant in these playoffs. A couple of 5-game wins. They beat the top-seeded Washington Capitals in 5 games in round 2. They've only allowed 18 goals in these playoffs so far. That's the best in hockey. Meanwhile, the Panthers lead the NHL playoffs with 45 goals scored. So we'll see. Canes have the rest advantage because the Panthers played a Game 7 2 days ago. I think the Panthers win in 5, honestly. I like Carolina a lot. I think they're a great team. I just think Florida matches up incredibly well with them, and I'm not going to bet against the defending champs and the team that's been there the last 2 years. So I think I'll be rooting for Carolina, but I think the Panthers find their way back to the Stanley Cup final for their 3rd straight season. So there you go. There's the Bucks Gold Star Locks, brought to you by.
Yeah, by the way, Chris Bennett. I did watch Bill Bixby as the Incredible Hulk in my earlier years. Yes, I never liked when he would turn into the Hulk. That whole thing where he would bang his hand on the ground or his eyes would turn all green and stuff. I turned away from that. There's only a couple times where I actually watched him turn into the Hulk because it scared the crap out of me. I scare easy. I don't like scary stuff. And when I was younger, and that thing when he would turn from a regular man into the Hulk, it weirded me out. I did stuff like check underneath my bed when I was a kid. I used to do stuff like that before I'd go to bed.
Well, you were worried your carpet was going to turn into the Hulk? What are you looking for?
No, dude, I always thought stuff, like Boogeyman and stuff like that. Someone's going to grab me when I have to get up. And if I got up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, somebody would grab me and pull me underneath the bed and eat me. I had a weird sense of my imagination was weird. Because then again, because I spent when I moved to Pennsylvania, I spent my early years, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, living in the attic of my home. And dude, it was scary up in my attic. God. It was the 3rd flight of steps that you had to go, we had 3 flights of stairs in that row home that we lived in Pennsylvania. I lived at the 3rd flight.
The steps are creaking every time you walk up and down.
It was like, and my mother's bedroom was right by the stairs going up to the attic. That was, I once went midway up when I had been underage drinking and fell down the stairs and rolled to the base of her bed. I rolled through the door. I fell down the stairs, through her door, and right where she was in the bed. And I was right there. It was awful.
Like a can of Chef Boyardee. How did you roll that far?
Dude, I was out of it. I was quite flexible at that time. I rolled really, really well at that time. I had one of those, I had a basket that was on a pulley that used to pull the alcohol up to my window from the side of the alley past my mom's window.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd pull that thing up to the window, pull it inside, and that's where the Black Label used to come through. Mabel Black Label beer.
That's amazing. So you would go buy the beer. Instead of sneaking it in the house, you would just put it in this basket outside your window, and then you'd pulley it up to the window?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and then take the basket. I bring the basket down someday when everybody was gone. I bring the basket back down. And then one of my friends would load up the basket with beer, and I would crank that little pulley. That thing go right up there, right by my mom's window. Man, if the wind ever came, wow. It goes smashing through her window.
Did that ever happen?
No, it bumped it a couple times, but
wow, that's well done. Ingenuity right there.
Well, my mom was one of those. My mom was like me. She was a 8 o'clock at night bed person. Even with 8 kids, my mom didn't stay. She was never a 1 o'clock. She never watched TV. We never sat around watching TV together and stuff. She went to bed. She worked all day. So when she got home, it was time to feed everybody. And once everybody was fed and everything was ready to go, homework and all that stuff, she was gone. She was never up at 9 o'clock at night, 9:30.
Did you all have to go to bed that early?
No, dude, I was the oldest. I went to bed when I wanted to.
I didn't know if mama's going to bed. That means everyone's got to go to bed.
No, dude, when I grew up in Greensboro, North Carolina, I wasn't in till 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. Yeah. I didn't come in the house when I was in 5th and 6th grade. The old man wasn't around, so there wasn't anybody controlling that part. I controlled that part. The oldest, I knew where I couldn't be. I never had that, you better be home before the street lights came on. Everybody else had to be home before the street lights. When the street lights came on, you need to be at the house, not for me. I didn't have those kind of rules.
Hey,
I was the oldest. I was the boss.
Ma, this beer ain't going to drink itself. Someone's got to do it. I'm staying out tonight.
By the way, I'm still the boss.
No, I don't think.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. My sisters hear me say that. They're like, no. What I say still matters.
No, you're not the boss in your own home. You're the boss of your siblings.
Yes, I'm still their boss. They don't understand that, but I'm still their boss.
Do your siblings know that your wife doesn't let you use the oven or the dishwasher?
No, shush, man.
You've only said it 500 times on this show over the years.
No, they don't know that. They don't know that I don't know how to use the washer dryer.
They do now.
Yes, and that's why I have 36 pair of underwear. I don't get a chance. As a matter of fact, I actually, there was a shirt that I wanted to wear. I washed it in the sink yesterday.
What?
I washed it in the sink.
Oh my
and put it out on the rail on my patio there. It only took it only takes about an hour in this heat to dry something. This is a dry fit shirt. Yes.
Well, did you actually fill up the sink tub?
No, just the sink, just the where you wash your face, the basin where you brush your teeth and stuff. Cleaned it up, put a little washing powder in there, washed my shirt and rinsed it out, stuck it outside. It's all dry this morning. Oh, as a matter of fact, that was just last night. Sorry. It wasn't like it was the other day. It's all dry.
In the bathroom sink, huh?
Yes.
All right. You got it done. Good. You're moving up in the world. Maybe
Dude, back in the day, like I said, by the time I got to high school, I washed my own clothes. My mother there was too many kids. There was no reason for my mom to be washing my clothes. Plus, I didn't want my mom messing with my underwear. I was weird about that. No, I don't need you touching my underwear or anything else. None of that stuff. I just did my own clothes. I just learned how to do my own clothes. So I was pretty good at doing that. I was not a good cook. So, and I'm still not a good cook. Then again, I don't use the stove. I can crush a microwave or a grill, but and to Jay Willems over there at Sue Patrick's, his stuff, how about his stuff? His stuff was gone. There was nothing around at the Mullet Open. His stuff went.
His stuff went. Yep.
Huh?
His stuff went. It went early, too. Shout out to Jay. We'll actually be at Sue Patrick tomorrow.
Yes. Love Sue Patrick, folks. And they've got everything that you need at Sue Patrick. So you'll see us. We'll be there tomorrow. Love to have you come by and say hello to us. But all the gear for golf this summer is there at Sue Patrick. All the ladies' island, all the jelly cats are there. I've got the Admiral McCraven's new book, but I've got Hero Code. I'm still some pages short of being finished this book right here, which will be book number 3. Sorry about that. And look at this. Look how thick this thing is.
Hey, just say you hate the book, man. That's all right. Just say you hate it.
No,
you don't have
I
to love it.
Book. But I'm going to get done with this on my trip to Pennsylvania. I'll finish this one, and then I'll be into his newest book.
More importantly, tomorrow at Sue Patrick, not only will Bucky and BK be there from 7 to 9, Chaos Theory will be there from 9 to 10, and we will be consuming the government food. We've got
when the end of time comes, this is what you're going to need, folks. Hopefully you got some of these at your home.
Well, the end of time is coming tomorrow at Sue Patrick, apparently.
Oh, my.
We've got the pepperoni pizza, my left hand.
Oh, my God.
And we've got the beef taco on my right hand. I think there's a third MRE bag somewhere.
I cannot participate in that food. Sorry.
Come on. You're trying to put on some weight.
I've been eating well. I don't see too many guys, heavy-set guys running around in the desert during Desert Storm. No, those aren't meant for, I don't think those fatten you up.
Dude, it's a pepperoni pizza. You don't think that's going to fatten you up? This one's a beef taco. You don't think
government pepperoni doesn't work. Government cheese does not fatten you up.
Where's the beef? It's in this taco that we're going to eat at Sue Patrick.
Oh.
This is going to be great, man. We'll see if Buck will take a bite, but Wags, Double R, and I will definitely be. And Wags is like, you're only going to eat one bite, dude. I'm like, oh, we got to finish this whole thing. He's like, no, you're going to have one bite, and that's going to be all you want to touch. So that's coming up at Sue Patrick tomorrow. Y'all come by and see it, or you can obviously tune in the way you always tune in to catch that.
Jason, that's funny that I have to sleep next to Fuller. No, I have my own bed.
You do
I have
have
my
your
own
own.
deal. I own the whole top level. And that thing was a monster up there, man. That's where I had the prom. I had the prom up there for guys that didn't go to the prom. That's where I
Yeah.
brought all the guys dressed up, and we were rolling dice and drinking pure grain alcohol. I mean, it was nuts. That was that. No, and hey, and it was all. I'm sorry, but it was all dudes. We were the dudes that nobody invited to go to the prom. We didn't have dates to go to the prom.
Yeah, the prom for the guys who couldn't pull. Well done.
Yeah, we were the guy we couldn't pull.
Can't pull a girl? Here, pull this pure grain alcohol. That's what you
Yeah.
do
Oh
instead.
man, that was pure grain punch. That was something nasty back in the day.
Oh man. All right. Shout out to Covert Bee Cave as well. You can get something a lot better than pure grain punch there. You can get yourself a nice new whip at Covert Bee Cave. They've got the best selection of new and pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs. And if you're not entirely sure what you're looking for, just go out to their lot off Highway 71. They've got 42 acres of vehicles. So you can browse around and figure out exactly what you're looking for. And then, hey, when it's time to deal with Covert Bee Cave, I mean, they make the car buying experience as smooth and easy as possible. Fantastic people. They treat us like family. They'll treat you like family because they've been family in Austin, Texas for more than 100 years. Don't go around the city. Don't go around the state. Don't go around the world looking for the best car. Just go to covertbeecave.com. Check out their inventory online. More importantly, go out and see them at Covert Bee Cave. And what do they say about those Covert deals, Buck?
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Not ever. Covertbeecave.com for more information. All right, Buck. We've got the top 10 coaches in college football.
Okay.
Our friends at ESPN, they do this every year, and it is the off season, which means it's list season in college football. And they have ranked their top 10 coaches in college football here in 2025. We'll go 1 through 10, starting at the top. Care to take a guess on who the four-letter network has ranked number 1?
Kirby Smart.
Kirby Smart. Can't argue it, right?
No.
2 national championships.
I'd like to argue it, but I can't.
You can't. 2 national championships, which is tied for the most amongst any active coach. He's 105-19 during his head coaching career. He is 5 wins away from moving to second all-time in coaching wins through the first 10 years of a career. He's about to surpass Chris Peterson and Bob Stoops. He will not catch the great George Woodruff, who won 124 games in his first 10 years at Penn, back when you were, I believe, in grad school, 1892 to 1901.
When I was running in the Penn relays?
Yes, you were running in the Penn relays. So, yeah, Kirby Smart, number 1 coach. He should be. They made the playoff last year. They won the SEC last year. He's the best there is in the sport. Number 2, who do you think ESPN has?
They're not going to put Ryan Day in there.
Ryan Day.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Of course, the reigning.
He's won a lot. He's won a lot of games.
70-10.
Jeez.
All time. All of that, of course, at Ohio State. He has won 87.5% of his games. That is the 3rd best all time and the best in the AP poll era, which dates back to 1936. So, yeah, Ryan Day, look, 1-4 against Michigan. And until this past season, he couldn't win the big games in the college football playoff, but he got over one of those humps, and he is number 2 on this list. I think that's too high. Now, Ryan Day, there are only 3 active coaches who have won a national championship, Buck. It's Kirby Smart, it's Ryan Day, and it's Dabo Swinney. Spoiler alert, Dabo's number 3 on this list.
Of course.
So it's hard to argue too much that Ryan Day should be much lower than number 2, but I wouldn't put him ahead of Dabo Swinney, would you?
No.
And I think it's important to note, like, Ohio State only made the playoff because of playoff expansion last year. Now, every coach moving forward is going to get that to work with, which is great. There are going to be plenty of teams outside of the top 4 that end up winning the national championship. But in every other year in the history of college football besides last year, Ohio State doesn't get to play for a national title. Obviously, they don't get to win a national title. So I'm not saying put an asterisk by it. Those are the rules, fair and square. They won it. Like no other coach got the benefit of losing 2 games in a regular season and still finding a way to a national title. Like they didn't even make it to their conference championship, and they won it. So I don't think I'd have Ryan Day at number 2, but ESPN does. They've got Dabo Swinney at number 3. 180 wins, 47 losses, all at Clemson. Guy started as an interim, has won 2 national championships, again, tied with Kirby Smart for the most in the sports. Any qualms with him being in the top 3?
No.
I will give that dude some credit because it's usually adapt or die when you're a coach. And most coaches who try the my way or the highway bit end up being told to hit the highway.
Right.
Dabo Swinney's like, I'm not going to do this NIL stuff like everybody else. I'm not going to do this portal stuff like everybody else. And Clemson, had a year or 2 where they took a step back, but feels like they're back, doesn't it?
Well, they're still in a pretty fertile recruiting area, and their competition truly is more SEC than it is like the North Carolina, those kind of teams. Clemson gets those best players.
Yeah,
they'll go into North Carolina and take their players from them.
Sure.
Which they should.
They should. Yeah, and they get some guys from, Georgia and Florida and some of the SEC country as well. Obviously, their quarterback came from right here in Austin, Texas. So, look, he's found a way to make it happen. And Clemson made it to the playoff last year. They won the ACC last year. I think they definitely benefit from playing in the ACC.
No, there's no doubt. I think they would get busted around in the SEC.
Well, they played Georgia, and I know Georgia won the conference last year, but remember, that was week 1, that neutral. It was in Atlanta, so not really neutral. But Georgia and Clemson played week 1, and I think it was like 30-something to 3, the final. So, could Clemson – obviously, when they were winning national championships, they were beating Alabama, so they could hang with the SEC. Now, could they over a full year? I don't know, but they don't need to. And they made the playoff last year. They're going to be a preseason top 10, maybe a preseason top 5 this year. Feels like Dabo, somehow, some way, just giving a middle finger to the new era of college football, has found a way to keep his team contending. So he deserves to be there. What about number 4? Here's where it gets a little tougher because no other coach on this list has won a natty before.
Well, I'm either thinking Whittingham or Sark.
Both of those guys are in the top 10, but neither are number 4. Care to take one more guess?
Dude at K-State?
Chris Kleiman? No, he is not in the top 10.
I love that guy. He's not even in the top 10, huh?
Not even in the top 10. He is in the receiving votes category, but
I do like him a lot.
Yeah, he's done a great job at Kansas State. Number 4, Marcus Freeman.
Yeah, they're good. Yeah, they're looking on what's happened last year. They're looking on the future of Notre Dame football, which is good, is bright, I got to believe.
That's too high, though, isn't it, for right now?
I think it is.
It was a great year. I mean, they played for a national championship. They won 14 games, which is the most in a season. And
they're looking history. They're thinking their future is going to be in this playoff every year. Of course they are. You independent,
right? That helps. I mean, like he did a tremendous job last season. I think Marcus Freeman's a top 10 coach in the sport. I'm not putting him in the top 5.
I would put him at number 8 or 9 or 10.
Yeah. I think I'd probably have him in the 6, 7, 8, 9 range. Look, it was a great year, and I need to see multiple years of greatness from Marcus Freeman. Remember, at this time last year, he won 9 games in year 1, 10 games in year 2. It's not like he was bad. But there were a lot of folks. It's like, well, Notre Dame better make the playoff this year, or else we're not sure if Marcus Freeman is the guy.
There's after that loss to was it Northern Illinois?
Yeah, especially that. They lost right? Yeah, they went on the road and beat A&M in week 1, and they returned home and lost to NIU from the MAC in week 2. Yes. And yeah, people were like, "Oh yeah, he's not the right guy." And he righted the ship again. They won 12 straight after that, made it to the playoff, made it to the national championship game. I think he's a great coach, but
yeah, I thought he was an all right coach. But after that loss and the way they bounced back, that made him rise on the chart for me after that game, because after that game, anything could have happened to that group.
Oh my! After that game, he wouldn't have been in like the top 30 of coaches in college football. It would have been like he might be one of the first 30 coaches to get fired.
First
here.
out.
Yeah.
First 30 out.
So I need to see it for more than 1 year for Marcus
Sure.
Freeman to put him that high. If Notre Dame's that good again and they make another deep run in the CFP, then all right, I'm cool with him being in that top 5 conversation. But that's a little too rich for my blood right now.
I know I'd be disappointed if Sark's not ahead of James Franklin.
Well, Steve Sarkisian is next. He's number 5
Okay.
on this list. So he is ahead of James Franklin and ahead of a few other names that we'll get to. Sark's overall record, not that great, 84-52. And obviously that includes, his time at Washington and his time at USC. 38-17 at Texas. That's not Ryan Day good. That's not Kirby Smart good. Because obviously year 1 was horrible and year 2 was still a building block season for Sark and Austin. But obviously the Longhorns, the only team in the sport to make it to back-to-back college football playoffs. And they reached the semifinals in each of these years. Texas went 13-3, which matches the school record for wins in a single season. And it's the first time Texas has finished top 5 in back-to-back years since 08 and 09.
And once again, those are the poll setters right there looking at the future kind of a little bit too.
Yeah.
What their expectations are.
I would put Sark ahead of Marcus Freeman. What say you?
Yes.
Really for the sole reason of it's been 2 years of elite for Sark and just 1 of Marcus Freeman.
Right. I mean, if Marcus Freeman goes on 3-4 years and Sark and University of Texas kind of, peters out a little bit, and I'm not talking about 10 wins, but 9 wins, 9, 8, 10, and Marcus Freeman is in the playoffs every year for the next 3 years, I can understand that.
Mm-hmm.
Then Notre Dame football would truly be back, and he'd be a pretty good coach. But as of now, I think Sark is that 1A kind of guy right now,
Like
Smart
level?
I think he's in those top. If you say he's in the top 5, that's good stuff. You're in the top 5 guys. That's pretty doggone good.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think he's at the level of Kirby Smart, and he's got to win a national championship to prove he's at that level. But
he's just got to beat that dude to help me out there.
That would help. That would absolutely help. I'd put Sark probably at number 4. I would definitely have him ahead of Marcus Freeman. Freeman's first 2 years in South Bend, better than Sark's first 2 years in Austin. But again, I've seen it for consecutive seasons and for multiple seasons for Steve Sarkisian. Not the case with Marcus Freeman. So I would flip-flop those guys. We'll go a little quicker, 6 through 10. You want to keep guessing? Number 6?
No, who is number 6?
You give up, huh?
Whittingham?
No, Dan Lanning at Oregon, number 6.
Okay.
35-6 record since taking over in 2022. They won the Big Ten last year. They were the number 1 seed, but they got boat raced pretty good by Ohio State, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. And I would think the Alabama coach is next.
Good call. Yep, Kalen DeBoer coming up at number 7.
Is Whittingham in front of James Franklin?
Whittingham is not, but you're on the right track because James Franklin is 8 and Kyle Whittingham is 9.
Huh.
I mean, Kyle Whittingham's a lifetime achievement award. Like Utah was the favorite to win the Big 12 last year.
I know.
They were 5-7. They were terrible. So he's awesome. I mean, what he's done at Utah, again, I don't know how many coaches in the history of the sport could have that type of run, but
just to have that type of run there and be there that long.
Yeah, 20 years. He's been there for 20 years, tied with Mike Gundy as the second longest tenured head coach, behind only Kirk Ferentz, who spent 26 years at Iowa. Goodness gracious. That guy's still alive. Kyle Whittingham, 167-86. His accomplishments over his resume have been incredible, and he's done it in a bunch of different leagues, too, because
you're right.
In a bunch of different conferences. But the past 2 seasons have been very disappointing. Obviously, Cam Rising getting hurt has not helped his case at all. So now it's the post-Cam Rising era because that dude, I think, is finally retired.
He's done. He's done from football.
Yeah. Now, Kyle Whittingham's still in the top 10, again, because what he's done over the last couple of decades, but he is number 9. Your boy, James Franklin, number 8.
Okay.
And then rounding out the top 10, Matt Campbell at Iowa State.
Just because it's Iowa State, Yeah,
Matt Campbell. From 1979 to 2016, which was the year he got hired, Iowa State won 3 bowl games, and they had 1 9-win season In the 9 years that Campbell has been there, he's won 3 bowl games. He's had 2 9-win seasons, including an 11-3 mark last year, which is a school record for wins. So, yeah,
I mean,
you're
there's
talking.
people that go gaga over Campbell. I really don't.
Well, Matt Campbell's the dumbest coach in college football because he got offered a huge deal by the Detroit. Remember that before they hired Dan Campbell?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
They tried to hire Matt Campbell, and they offered him like an 8-year, fully guaranteed, crazy contract. And he's like, "No, I'm going to stay at Iowa State.
I built this program. Yeah, okay."
And it's like, hey, loyalty, great. You don't see enough of it in sports these days. So I shouldn't be dunking on a guy too much for actually staying true to his word and sticking
Now
with the
just get
same
some
place.
lights get some lights on the field. Everything's good.
Well, he's making enough money to install some lights there, you would think, right? But he's turned down college jobs. He's turned down NFL jobs. Like, I'm not entirely sure what he's doing, but he's done a really good job considering what Cyclone football was before.
Yeah, I'd really like to see what kind of coach he is at a really high-profile job. I mean, I wonder if he would be I wonder if that pressure would get to him and he wouldn't be as good as he is where he is.
What's he waiting for?
I don't know if I think he's a lifer, BK. I think he's that guy that they were going to have to drag out of there after, like Kyle Whittingham. He's that guy there. He's going to be there until they drag him away and say, you know what, it's time for a younger guy to be this guy.
Yeah, I'd always thought
you've only taken us so far in 36 years. This is all we can do. Sorry.
Yeah, I always wondered, like, okay, if Notre Dame ever truly opens up, or if Ohio State, like if Ohio State lost their first playoff game and Ryan Day got fired in this offseason, like, would they have called Matt Campbell, and would Matt Campbell have picked up the phone for that? Or is he like, yeah, Bill Snyder? Is he just, I don't care who calls, I am not leaving?
Well, I know the first time that he tells one of them, like an Ohio State or Ohio State, Oregon, or anybody like that.
What about Michigan? Like, if Sharon Moore isn't the right guy in due time,
He can't turn that down for Iowa State. There's no way.
Right?
No, he wouldn't. I don't think he would turn that down if he had an opportunity to coach at Michigan.
Couldn't believe he turned down the Detroit Lions. I know it's the Lions, but it's like, man, fully guaranteed NFL job. Like, that's, I don't know.
I think he's a college guy. I think he's meant to be a college coach. And right now that's his program. He feels like eventually something's going to pop there. There's more things that could happen wrong at that place than right at that place, I believe.
It's a tough place to win.
Yes.
And again, he's done an amazing job there, because Iowa State,
he has,
for most of my childhood, was that's just a free win. Like, there's nothing there. And he's turned that in. I mean, they played for a conference title this past year. They have been, I don't want to call them a power in the Big 12, but they have been very relevant in the Big 12. And now that Texas and Oklahoma are gone, it feels like they have a chance to remain very relevant in the Big 12. So I'm cool with Campbell being on this list. But some notable omissions: Chris Kleiman, not there.
Yes.
Brian Kelly, not there. That guy's coached in a national championship game.
Nobody likes him.
It's the winningest coach in Notre Dame history.
I know, but nobody likes that dude. There's something about him that people just don't like. Just not going to. And by the way, he better get it done at LSU here very shortly. You know how that's going to be.
You're right. And the last 3 coaches at LSU have all won national championships. So we know the expectation down there. Brian Kelly finished 11th, by the way. It's not like he was way out, but he was out. Bill Belichick got some votes. Kurt Signetti got some votes. Lance Leipold at Kansas, and then a bunch of other guys on this list. But yeah, Brian Kelly, the most notable omission, I think. No Lane Kiffin on this list either.
No.
And Deion Sanders got 3 votes, but he didn't make the cut. Sorry. Coach Prime. Put somebody else. Put Shiloh in the Ring of Honor next. Is that going to happen? All right, we'll take your thoughts. Steve Sarkisian coming in at number 5 on ESPN's ranking of the top 10 coaches in college football in 2025.
Yeah, he's a national championship away from moving into the top 3.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's, again, right now there are 3 active coaches who have won championships. So Sark already might be in the top 4. If he wins a national championship, he's definitely a top 4 coach in the sport right now. The question is, would he jump Dabo? Would he jump Ryan Day? I don't think he jumps Kirby Smart because Kirby's, the record's better. He's 1-2, this, that, and the other. So
just beat that guy in a regular season. That'd be great.
November 15th.
November 15th. That's when it is, huh?
Not that I have it marked on my calendar. November 15th, Texas between the hedges.
Wow.
At Georgia. Should be fun. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are open as well. Michael C. says, did Jordan Hudson get any votes? No, I did not see her name on there. And John says, Brian Kelly is a tool. You're not the only person.
That's right. I mean, people don't like that dude.
No, and he's earned some of it. He's just kind of a jerk. He gives off that vibe. He doesn't always treat people the nicest. And you better start winning. It's bad. It's the Tom Herman combo.
Yes.
And Brian Kelly's a better coach than Tom Herman, but if you're going to lose, you can't also treat people like shit.
I agree.
People like Charlie Strauss. More people were going to bat at the end of Charlie, even though it was worse than Tom Herman, because Charlie treated most people well. People liked the guy. Tom Herman just had this rash resting dick face about him.
He did.
Just it's a total a-hole to too many important people affiliated with the Texas football program.
No, you can't alienate yourself. You can't do that. You can't alienate the people and not be just a total winner,
Right. And that's why Mac was able to stick around as long as he did, even though things fell off as hard as they did. It's like he was so nice, everybody loved him. No one wanted to fire Mac. They had to bring in Steve Patterson to fire the guy.
Yeah, they had to bring in a guy to do that.
They had to bring in a henchman to get rid of the dude. So there you go. All right, we'll take your thoughts on that. We'll get another round of sponsor shout-outs here. We also have to get to this ship that crashed into the Brooklyn Bridge. You see that?
Yeah, I saw that. I'll tell you about Texas Orthopedics, folks. If you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, folks, contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. They're a physician. I believe in surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement. Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton, dedicated orthopedic surgeons. They're really all-around good guys, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, sir. Shout out to our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics as well. Not wearing the hat, but showing that hat today.
Very nice.
Brand new TSU rope hats. These things look great. They fit great. They feel great. Made by Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. If you've got a business or just a big event coming up, a graduation, a wedding, whatever, and you want to have shirts, hats, koozies, posters, stickers, anything, our buddy Adam and his team at Waterloo can hook you up. Just shoot him a DM on Instagram at Waterloo Printing, or you can call or text Adam directly on his cell, 512-300-9641. They'll get you what you need. They will get you what you need very, very quickly. And who else? I think we've got most of our sponsors taken care of.
Yeah, we already mentioned our good friends at Woods Comfort Systems early.
Yes, we did. WoodsComfortSystems.com for more there. All right, let's get into this. I think just about everybody's seen this at this point, right? The ship that crashed into the Brooklyn Bridge.
Yeah, I saw that. That's a shame.
Horrible story. 2 people were killed. 20 more were injured. It was a Mexican naval ship that crashed. We got a little video here. We can talk while it's going on. Just crashed into the underside of the Brooklyn Bridge. I mean, look at this thing, dude. You got guys working at the top of the mast. One guy goes flying down, falling. You got all of these onlookers just standing by the side of the bridge with their phones out.
I see a dude hanging there.
Yeah, there's guys just hanging like off the mast of the ship. This is nuts. How does this happen?
It's still parked there. They're fixing that thing up, boy, and having memorial services and everything. That is awful.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a tough watch. The collision caused the ship's 3 towering masts to snap upon impact. And as you see in the video, crew members were left dangling in the air. You see one guy just completely fall and land on the ship. I would guess that's one of the guys that lost his life.
One of the guys that died.
Yeah, according to Mexican Navy officials, a total of 22 crew members have been reported injured so far, at least 11 of them in critical condition. 2 people have died. There were 277 on board the ship when it crashed. So it could have been worse. Again, 2 people dead, 11 in critical condition. None of it's good, but with almost 300 people on board, this thing could have been really, really bad. This is a giant boat.
Oh,
297 feet long. It's 160 feet tall, Buck.
Yeah, like, I would think they need to. I think they need to measure where they're going. It sounded like they were trying to put this thing in reverse and ended up going forward or something.
Yeah, I mean, they're saying the captain lost control of the vessel. Yeah, no shit. They're also saying reports of a power outage. Now, all of the lights are still on that ship. Remember when we had that ship that took down that bridge in Baltimore a couple of months ago?
Oh, yeah.
You could clearly see the ship lost power because it went dark right before it ran into the bridge, and that bridge completely collapsed. Thankfully, this one didn't, because if that did, then what a freaking disaster.
All those people that are watching underneath with their phones are dead, too.
Oh, my God. Yeah, everyone on the bridge, everyone under the bridge. Yeah, to me, that's insane. I mean, it's people in 2025, so seeing people with their phones out filming something shouldn't surprise me. But, like, if I am anywhere close to that, I'm running, dude.
I'm not
because I'm assuming,
close.
like, that bridge is coming down.
I'm not anywhere close to that. When that thing makes contact with that bridge, I'm thinking the whole bridge is coming down. I'm getting off the platform. I'm up off the road, everything. That's a shame for somebody to lose their life.
Yeah, I'm running
that.
as fast as I can. Yeah, a couple of people. But yeah, like the bridge comes down, and again, like the bridge collapses. It could collapse that entire platform. So even if you're not right under it, the whole platform could be going down too. These guys are just standing and watching, and oh my God, holy shit, what is happening here?
There's a baby carriage right there by the bridge.
Those dudes hanging on for dear life right there. Yeah, sad story. I don't know how that keeps happening, but shout out to the Brooklyn Bridge for being strong enough to withstand that, because that was not the case in Baltimore a little while ago.
That is crazy. That's sad.
Another story to get into.
Are we having no airline stories?
No airline stories. No, we've got cargo ship stories instead today.
Ooh.
We've got the Phoenix Suns getting sued by their former director of security. The Phoenix Suns have had some problems in recent years, and they were sued a couple of years ago. Like they had to basically sell off the team because of racial discrimination and organizational malpractice. Like they had a bunch of former employees come out and accuse the organization of all sorts of things. You kind of thought the Phoenix Suns had cleared that up and all of that was in the rearview mirror.
Sure.
Not the case. They're getting sued by their former director of security. Jean Traylor is her name. She is alleging racial discrimination and security failures. That's pretty standard stuff, right? You hear that happen with sports teams and big organizations from time to time. She is also accusing that the CEO of the team was banging one of the players on the WNBA team in town. That's new. The CEO is
banging one of the employees of the team itself.
So the owner, it's the same ownership group for the Suns and the Mercury, the NBA and the WNBA team. So the CEO is the CEO of both of those teams. CEO is a guy, Josh Bartelstein, one of us. Oh no. He was allegedly having an affair with a player on the WNBA team named Sophie Cunningham.
Is Bartelstein married?
Bartelstein is married.
Yeah, that's going to hurt. That's going to hurt in a lot of ways.
Here is Sophie Cunningham, by the way.
She's banging her boss. She's banging her boss.
Banging her boss. Well, she spent 6 years with the team. We'll do a little side-by-side picture of both. And here's a tip for kids. Doesn't matter how ugly you are if you just have money, boys. Remember that.
And girls.
You could pull a girl like that if you just have money. Yeah, probably works both ways on that, doesn't it? So the player is Sophie Cunningham. She spent 6. Sorry. Go ahead.
She's with the Fever, huh? Why don't I know her? I'm deep into. Hey, I shouldn't say that we're deep into the WNBA, but I should know her. I should have knowledge of her, but I don't.
Well, she actually just got traded to the Fever, and this is why this story
Okay.
gets a little bit more interesting. She spent 6 years with the Phoenix team. She was traded to Indiana in March of this year. And again, this lawsuit is just now coming out in May of this year. Obviously.
Maybe she's banging all the bosses.
So, well, maybe they got caught, or maybe they caught wind. Like CEO is like, someone is on to us. I got to trade you away to another team so I don't get caught.
Oh, boy.
And again, it's all allegations. It's all he said, she said right now. The Suns themselves have come out and said, like, oh, these allegations are false. What she's saying is completely untrue. Again, the Suns are getting accused of racial discrimination, security failures, a bunch of other things, too, that would make them look horrible. But one of the details, and obviously the most scandalous and salacious detail of the story is, allegations that the CEO of the team was having an affair with a former player.
Yeah, his wife is going to crush him.
Yeah. No statements yet from Josh Bartelstein or Sophie Cunningham in regards to this.
Talk to our representatives.
They're not even saying that. The representatives aren't even giving a statement yet. So, yeah, that could be messy. This guy got married in 2023, too. Relatively new wife.
Wow.
And
she's going to want it all.
Might be a short-lived marriage between. Oh, yeah. They might have a new ownership group in Phoenix. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, no doubt.
She might take over the team. All right. So there you go. There's your randomness to end a Tuesday show.
Yeah, we need to get back to some plane stuff. I mean, our airplane stories are much more exciting, aren't they?
What? A CEO banging a player? That's not exciting. I'm surprised how you've no takes on this. That's crazy.
It's a
huge deal.
It is?
You don't think so?
I guess. I don't know. I mean,
you don't think of Jeannie Buss was sleeping with a Laker player? No, it's the Lakers. But that's a huge story.
That shouldn't surprise you if that were to happen.
Well, yeah, maybe
it's LA.
It's LA. I don't know. I think it's good stuff. It's good content.
I'm gonna have to investigate a little bit more on her because I am tight with the WNBA group.
You are a WNBA guy. You know,
yes,
what team does Caitlin Clark play for?
She plays for doesn't she play for a team in Indiana?
Yes, she does.
Okay, that's close enough. Fine. I don't need to know the name. As long as I got the state right, I'm good.
I already said the name 2 minutes ago because that's where Sophie Cunningham is now.
Okay, well, I got that right, so I've been listening.
Yeah. All right, what about Angel Reese?
She doesn't play for the Liberty.
No.
She plays for the Memphis Teddy Bears.
Oh, boy. No, not a team.
No.
Let's bring on our WNBA experts.
Oh,
here's Rodney.
Right here. That's right.
Yeah.
It's funny that you guys have gone on this topic because as I was doing some research the other day, you saw what happened on Sunday, right? Where Miss Reese and Miss Caitlin Clark were kind of going at it there. Did you see all that, Buck? I mean,
I heard about all that. Let those two settle that and let the public stay out of it. The sport itself will take care of it. They have to play each other again. Let that sport. All sports generally takes care of its own. They don't need to. Everybody's comments aren't necessary.
Well, I'll tell you what. At the post-game press conference of Caitlin Clark, TSU mics were hot. It may have been Speedway Stu that was there. I don't know who it was.
Nice.
To catch Caitlin Clark. Here's what Caitlin said about Angel.
I shouldn't have fouled Angel Reese on that layup. We all know she would have missed it twice anyways. I was just trying to save her from looking really stupid. And I fouled her so hard one of her eyelashes fell off. I'm the LeBron of women's basketball. And Angel's the Michael Jordan of Joakim Noah's. She dribbles like a blind girl that's 6 tequila shots deep. She's one bad season away from starting an OnlyFans page and selling molds of her beefy tang for $20.
God damn.
Angel has her own McDonald's special, so I told her to put the fries in the bag. She should be more humble because she's going to be selling autographs at a strip club during lunchtime soon. If it wasn't for me, she'd be doing tricks for Shaq in order to pay rent.
There you go, guys.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like Caitlin Clark, though.
What do you mean that's not Caitlin Clark? Who else would that be?
Yeah, that's her.
Clearly her.
Man.
And of course, we know how to get that TSU.
ChatGTP is getting really good, isn't it? Or Grok, whatever you guys use.
Hot mics, man. It may have been Speedway Stew. I don't know. So
good job,
WNBA Stew.
That's the TSU crack staff. Don't be taken away from the job that they're doing, Wags. All right, we pay those people a lot to get that exclusive.
Are you guys excited about tomorrow at St. Patrick?
Yeah, my son also graduates tomorrow. So
guys,
up.
This is what I use a lot. This is a ramen. You make ramen noodles in the microwave with this thing.
Why are the MREs at your house?
I got them from Patrick.
We're practicing.
We're bringing them tomorrow to the store. We're gonna.
Max doesn't remember he has to be there tomorrow.
No, I remember.
Right. Before his kid's graduation too.
Yeah, so we're gonna be shitting bricks.
You're gonna get the
literally. Like I'll be at the ceremony up at the HEB Center, and I'll just be like, I'll be thinking like some hot dog hit me, but all of a sudden it's just gonna be that.
They have plenty of, that's a wonderful
throw at you.
I've been to graduations there. They got plenty of bathrooms there. It's good.
Yeah,
but you know where they are, Wags. You already know where they are.
In public. I don't PIP. I don't poop in public.
Oh, what? Come on, man.
It's not a phobia. It's just
it's not an open stall. You're not. I know why you don't like that because you're playing ankle tees with the guy next to you. You can't do that. Don't spread your legs out and touch toes.
Yeah, come on, man. Yeah, you might have to.
By the way, I always say to the guy next to me in the urinal, I say, "Man, that's a nice watch. Where'd you get it from?"
Oh my God! You know what I always do to the bathrooms? If somebody has a clean bathroom, a gas station, Rodney, I go right to the front there, and I say, "You know what? Thank you for having your bathroom so clean."
Yeah, that's right.
I always tell them thank you. I always thank folks for their bathrooms being clean.
Because I just blew it up.
So
it's not anymore.
It's not
you might want to get
anymore,
back in there.
buddy.
I want to get back in there and do it again.
Remember, it's like, you have that sign in there that says if its bathroom needs maintenance, let you know. It was fine before, but I'm letting you know now that you might want to get in there.
Yeah, the worst
Bucky,
is
people from Louisiana, stay out.
So are you one of those guys where you go in there and like if you have to take a poop, like if you've got to drop that initial poop and it's going to make a lot of noise, do you flush the toilet while you're like letting it out?
Yeah, you got to give a courtesy flush.
No, I don't do any courtesy anything. No. And I hold on to the side. I'm going,
I usually hold on to the sides when I'm taking a piss.
No, I don't. That's when I'm having my discussions with people. Hey, how's your day going?
No, don't do that either.
I'm thinking people really don't like to hold conversations when they're peeing. When we're at the station, when we were at that station that threw us out without our shoes and stuff, and locked the doors on us, I used to have conversations with people from different businesses that would come in, and they were kind of cordial. I was one guy that was really cordial, and we'd talk. We didn't look down. We just looked straight ahead at the wall, but we'd talk. But I'm starting to think, at these restaurants and places like that, they're not good. I went to a restaurant and I didn't lock the door, and a guy came in there and just
bathroom.
I know. My wife says, "Dude, lock the door behind you." I'm like, I'm at the urinal. What am I locking it for? What is this guy going to come in here and rob me?
A two-seater, right?
You'd think the guy too would see, like, once he sees you taking a piss, he'd be like, "All right, I'm going to wait for you." But no,
no.
You don't mind, sir? I'm going to poop right next to you.
It was just one, and he didn't go, and the guy didn't go out the door, Wags. My wife says, lock the door behind. I guess women must lock that door behind them all the time.
Well, I think it's common. They probably common code. A lot of creeps try and follow.
BK, he does too. I can tell right now. He locks the door.
Yeah, you're supposed to. If it's like a one-person bathroom, you're supposed to lock it when one person is in there.
What if somebody's got to wash their hands?
Well, you pee on their hands.
Lock the door.
Wash their hands while I'm peeing.
Wash your hands quick.
Nice restaurant. Didn't have I didn't like it. It had one urinal. And then had the toilet over there. I was thinking, go ahead over there. I mean, they were back in the day. You'd share that toilet with 8 people down on 6th Street.
A nice restaurant with one urinal doesn't really correlate. Are you sure you weren't at the gas station?
Actually, dropping the deuce with his leg spread, and Bucky started peeing.
Would you raise suspicion to a bathroom attendant that was only attending one stall? If say there's only one stall, one urinal in the bathroom, there's no need for a bathroom attendant to give you the little sprays and to wash your hands and the little soaps.
I haven't been to a strip,
he's
I haven't been to a
basically
strip
just a
club in
pecker
24
checker.
years. That's
what
the
I
only
was gonna
place I've
say.
ever seen an attendant.
That's the only
to the strip
time. Yes.
With a piece of gum. I'm like, dude, I don't want that gum.
Yeah.
I always thought it was a little weird. So you're just in here watching everybody go to the bathroom and giving little soaps out and shit, huh?
They soap up your hand. They put your hand out. They give it a squish. They give you a strip of gum and they expect $5. I'm like, get the hell out of here. I don't need that gum.
How much would they have to pay you for that job? There's your
they're not. There's.
Like you got to smell. You got to smell.
Dudes. I know people without a gig that wouldn't take that job.
No, you got to smell like hundreds of people's crap every night.
It's feces.
Do we have the Greg assholes going through?
Do we have the Greg Abbott feces drop? It's feces.
Wow.
Just feces everywhere.
And then there's a bunch of drunk, horny men at the same time.
Yeah, I know.
That's the worst part. Yeah, that's
wheels up.
I ain't doing that.
Guys in there dancing to the music in the bathroom,
shaking his thing around. It's like, come on, man. I ain't doing that. Hey, Bucky, when you were
doing it at the Yellow Rose,
I was an intern for Abbott, right?
Hey, come on now.
We're having 4 different conversations here, guys. What are we talking about?
The gum
Greg
guy.
Abbott's
the gum guy at the Rose.
Yeah, Bucky, when you were talking about the Incredible Hulk,
yeah,
I had a buddy, a neighbor when I was a kid. Rest his soul. He's no longer with us. He's in a different place.
Did you give him a baked potato too?
So, no, what this dude used to do, he was like he was real edgy, and like when he'd get mad, this is when we were kids. When he would get mad, he would go, Ronnie, because he called me Ronnie too.
Okay.
He's like, Ronnie, I'm turning green. I'm turning green. Because remember the Hulk, he would start turning green and his shit came off, his shirt broke off. He'd go, I'm turning green. I'm turning green. I'm like, oh man, get away from this guy.
Oh my God.
Turning green.
The guy was so mad, shit started coming out. Did I hear that right? Goodness. All right, guys.
All right, I got to get cranking, boys. Have a great day.
Crank it out, bud.
See y'all at 2 tomorrow.
Jay, we're gonna see Jay tomorrow.
Jay Willems.
Here we go. Are you looking forward to? You're gonna be eating some of this stuff too. Are you looking forward to it?
I'm a little worried. I'm a little worried, Wags. Honestly, I mean, I do. Like, I brought out my ramen pot to show you guys. I mean, I do eat a lot of ramen noodles and all that kind of stuff, and cup of noodles and all that. But since I've been making better eating choices, I can't eat a lot, and then I get nauseous. So we may have.
Are you on Ozempic?
No, I'm not on Ozempic.
My dad's visiting, and he is on Ozempic. And for those of you guys that never heard the Wagner Wire before or never heard me describe my father, no bullshit, could be the doppelganger of an ex-football coach of Maryland football, Ralph Friesian.
You bringing him tomorrow?
I'm sure he'll want to come out and see the show. I don't know how he's 70, so I don't know if he's going to be wanting to lug around, and he might want to just watch the show from here. But yeah, so he's watching the show downstairs.
Oh, great!
But yeah, in Pop, you're looking good. He's shedding weight and everything, but he's on Ozempic, right? And it takes the appetite away. I didn't know. I mean, I figured that it suppressed the appetite or suppressed the hunger, but yeah, he was up a little bit bigger, and his doctor recommended some Ozempic, so he's shedding it down. But I'm sorry, that's
no. This is
getting ready to slap you silly. I was like, let's go on a bike ride. You don't need Ozempic.
It's along the same lines of that. It's a very low little thing that I take, but it's not Ozempic. But it the thing about it is where I decided I needed.
Did you hear what I said? Let's just go on a bike ride.
Oh no. Oh, yeah, totally. Yeah, absolutely.
You can eat anything you want to. Let's just exercise, buddy.
No.
Well, that's not exactly true, but
no, it's not exactly true. I mean, that's the whole thing. No, it's I mean, I needed to get my shit together.
LB, also after the video is over, when Jordan's show is done, when the Longhorn Playbook is over,
it's okay to like it again.
That's when you like it too. Like it again. So you got to like it twice.
Yeah. Despite Jordan's show, like it
Twice
again.
is
No, I'm
nice,
just-
baby. Twice is nice. Let's
Twice
go.
is nice. Absolutely. But yeah, so yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I mean, honestly, I have heard a lot. I had a boss years ago that I worked at, a great family company. And this guy was in one of our warehouses. There was always
What do you when you go camping, what type of food do you eat?
camping.
Yeah, like when you're out and about, or
Oh yeah, like when I'm working, I mean, I still eat fast food. I eat junk food. My diet has not changed, Wags. I just can't eat the way I used to.
right.
Is what has changed. I mean, it's
basically your hunger suppressed.
when I'm on the road, I eat Taco Bell, I eat Burger King, I eat McDonald's, I eat Taco Cabana. I mean, it's like my wife is like, if you would like fix that part, my God, you'd feel even better. I'm like, no, I can't cut myself off from that. It's just where maybe before at the Whataburger, I would have a double meat hamburger. Now I have a single meat. You know what I mean? So it's kind of those rationings, what it's really doing for me. So that's good stuff. I can't drink as much beer. I can't drink as much beer, Wags. So it's like, it's good all the way around.
Okay. All right. Right on. Tomorrow, your intestines will be tested. No pun intended. Your cornhole is going to be tested later. So I don't know if I'm going to look when we get to Sue Patrick on the actual bags. But BK, if you're still listening, on the bags or on the bags that we used to get out of the boxes, it would, or no, sorry, not the bags, the box, the actual shipment box. The box would say for military or prison use only. What the fuck are prisoners going to be going on campus?
Do I have to bend over? Am I going to have to like bend over before I eat this or something?
No, nothing like that. I mean, you might want to purge your stomach already. You know what I mean? But
it's like colonoscopy practice.
They're not that bad, guys. They're made for camping and stuff. And I don't think that these are going to be the same MREs that we had in the military. I'm thinking that these are probably a little bit more privied up. We're talking about some pizza. I would like to see if it's actually on the wheat snack bread itself, because the wheat snack bread that we used to get in the MREs, it's not good, right? But it's the only thing that you have. So basically, and it's easy. You can just take a bite of it with some cheese or peanut butter while you're on the go, and kind of like eat while you're on the run or whatever. But you can't really just cook up a cheese pizza or a hamburger or something like that.
Thought.
You have some time.
That's my thought, to where it's like, you put that flavoring in there, and you always talk about artificial sweeteners and all these different things. It's like, yeah, you can't just whip up a pizza or whip up a beef taco.
So it's already there. You just heat it up with this heater that comes in, and we'll get there. But here's how it's going to work. I'm just
tell me how this works, because tomorrow
a little bit of a preview, right? I'm going to take a bite of it. I'll make the stuff, and then I'm going to watch you guys eat this. Like
look at this guy. Come on now.
No. I'm not copping out. I'm actually going to do it. But I'm eating the first. I'm going to lead, and you're going to follow.
I'll change the station.
Right. I'm going to lead, and you I'm leading with the bites, and you're following with everything that I eat. Okay. Nice. And then you guys will consume. My gut has had these before. All right. You guys can take these on too. A good portion of it. All right. I don't want to waste it. We're all going to, Jay's going to eat it. Buck's going to eat it. We're all going to have fun. It'll be like the Last Supper. It might be the Last Supper, boys.
Oh man.
It's going to put some if it's anything like I remember, it's going to put some strenuous stuff on the intestines.
It's going to go down, and then BK and I are going to go join the reserves. Is what's going to happen. We're going to be like, this tastes so
bread
good.
And the jalapeno cheese is the only thing that you could eat. Not the crackers. The crackers were legit. Like the peanut butter and the crackers are really the main thing that I would eat, even though that it's just the snack. They don't even give you the main course. Anyways, what's the main course for today, partner? What we got on the slate?
Main course. Of course, we got to talk about some SEC honors for Texas baseball. Got a couple of game ones going on today.
Absolutely. Hey, you know what we also failed to do? And maybe I'm late to the party and seeing this and announcing this, but I saw that college baseball put out their greatest of all time.
Oh,
did you see who won the award?
My man Roger Clemens.
No.
Deion Sanders.
No.
Shedeur Sanders.
College baseball great.
I know.
Zeke. Greg Swindell.
Is that right?
Yeah. Unless my eyes deceive me, I could have swore I saw that award. Now I'll try to pull this up again. But yeah, Greg Swindell, the GOAT of college baseball. So
that's awesome.
Hey man, first story. I don't know if I ever told you this story. The first time I ever met Greg Swindell, we were talking the day before. We were talking about Horn Bash.
Wonder if Bucky ever got his tickets refunded.
I don't know. This is not Coke Fest. This is Horn Bash.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, he had to work Horn Bash.
That's right.
So I was talking to Kevin Dunn, and I was just like, who all you think's going to be out here? I just seen Vince Young's at Rod's show, and I was just like, you think VY is going to be out there? He's like, yeah, probably. And then he started naming, Texas baseball, and I was just like, Greg Swindell's going to be out there. You think Greg Swindell's going to be out there? He goes, yeah, Greg does, stuff with the radio station all the time. Wasn't thinking nothing of it. I'm out there. I'm absolutely. It's like I'm 7 beers in at this point. I'm 3 bowls of chili, and then maybe just I get inebriated here, inebriated there, and then somebody comes up and just like, hey man, it's Eric Rains, pulls me in. He's just like, let me introduce you to somebody, Wags. This is Greg Swindell, and I look up and I'm just in kind of disbelief. I was just like, Jesus Christ. My first thought that goes to my head is, oh my God, this is one of the greatest of all times of Longhorn baseball. Wasn't deemed the greatest of all college baseball at that point. But second thought is just like, man, how I'm so fucking wasted right now. This is the first thing.
Don't you love that?
Guy's gonna think of me, right? It's just a wasted bag of ass. And then my third thought was I wanted to kick Eric Rains' ass for introducing him to me at a state that I was in. And that was just so. Oh my God, it was a mess of emotions, and all I could do was just collapse in Greg Swindell's arms. And I didn't even shake my hand. I just fell right into him, bro.
No, that's the thing, man. When you get chances to meet those guys.
Congratulations, Zeke, if you're out there, man.
Oh man, that is absolutely great, man. We got to try to get him on here. I mean, and the thing is, I love that dude is so out in front of people. I mean, because you see him on different shows like this, to where he's just out there talking. And right now is really a great time to celebrate. I mean, I was thinking about this last night because last night, I'll tell you what I really thought.
Katie's great, Sal. Katie's fantastic. Hit him up.
Yeah. Katie's around. Follow him on the X. Yeah, great dude. We actually have a lot of Twitter exchanges with our random thoughts. Katie and I usually start exchanging messages very late at night.
Do you go, oh, is that right?
Or what? No, I mean sports thoughts. But
hey, man, what's the best OnlyFans channel?
Yeah, there you go. So, Katie and I, 2 creepos, sitting around thinking last night, because I'm like, okay, what am I watching tonight? And I'm looking around. I go to TNT. I go to all that. I'm like, there's nothing on. I'm like,
baseball. There was some baseball.
Yeah, there was baseball, but it's like, we're so ingrained the last month to where it's like there's a basketball series.
We've been spoiled. We've been very spoiled.
I know, and that's where last night I'm like, I seriously have nothing to watch unless I'm going to watch a replay or whatever the case is. But that's what I was thinking about last night because I was back looking at different things, and it's like think about Texas baseball and softball right now. I mean, Mike White and that bunch, they're about to get going in the Super Regional against Clemson on Thursday and Friday. And then Texas baseball, Jim Schlossnagle, SEC manager, coach of the year. It's surprising, but it's not really surprising. I just didn't think it was going to happen this fast, Wags. It's miraculous what has happened here with the injuries, with everything that he's dealt with. And proof is in the rewards right there, man. Coach of the year. Well done.
Do you think they're able to hang on in spite of the injuries that came to the mound?
Now or moving forward?
Moving forward, yeah. Can they hang on? I'm talking about can they actually make this thing and push for a nice Omaha run here?
I really think, and I was talking about this yesterday, I'm not going to put a lot of stock in what happens starting Thursday. If Vanderbilt or whoever they end up playing Thursday, if you lose that, I'm not going to panic. You're still in a great spot.
They can't. I said it yesterday. They can't tune barbecue, right? Like that's. And again, like I still think they'll be in regardless. Yeah. But I'd love to see them get picked for Super Regional, and I'd also love to see. Everybody says there's no momentum in baseball. I understand that. It's the next day's pitcher, the next rotation's pitcher. But still, like when you're playing well, it's good that there's a flow state in baseball, right? If you're hitting if the lineup, the entire lineup is just a bag of ass and hitting under 300, sometimes just one spark gets it ignited again and it starts rolling. All right. So there is some momentum in baseball, man. But yeah, usually the old adage, if you've been around the diamond, the old adage is the only momentum in baseball is the next day's pitcher. So, or at least that's what Ripken used to say a lot.
And this is where I am a little bit concerned on my whole thought about, if the SEC tournament doesn't, whatever, that's fine. I mean, you're going to have obviously the regional, the super regional, you're in the top 8. So you're going to host those. But the thing about it is, I mean, you can't completely, to your point, Wags, you can't completely take your foot off the gas because I do think that baseball is so much a game about runs and momentum. I mean, I think that's important. It's all about tempo. And the whole thing is if you totally pedal back on this, I mean, it could hurt you moving in, because once you get out of this, whatever happens here, if you're 1, 2, whatever, and done. But at the same time, I think that you do need to make sure you have your shit together. I'll use that phrase again. Make sure that your lineup is where you want it with pitching. Make sure that you have what you have at this point. I mean, you can't go back and think. I mean, I think Ruger Riojas, if you can get him back on track, I think that's something that's going to be pivotal going into the regional.
So I don't know if he's a 1. That's my thing. When he goes up against other one, like, he's a fantastic pitcher, but when he's going up against other ones, he's kind of neutralized, right?
Yeah.
You can't really get the advantage that he would get on the second day. So, I think he's your second day starter, not your first day starter of the series. But it's still like when Jared went down, it was tough. It's next man up, right? You got to figure it out. And Longhorn seemed like they were doing it; they were figuring it out, and then they ran into a couple of rough series along the latter portion of the road. Maybe they can spin this thing around or turn this thing around and whip up some conference championship here in the SEC. They did win the regular season. Let's see if we can take the conference now and move on to Omaha.
Yeah, they got the hard one done. I mean, winning the conference outright. I mean, that's the one. I mean, because tournament play, it's going to be, a weekend, Thursday through Saturday, Sunday, whatever it is, to get that done. But I think you've gotten the hard part done. The other part about this is kind of where I go.
Does the regular season? Never mind. I guess it doesn't matter. I was going to ask you if the regular season actually matter, like a regular season record matters if you shit down.
I think it does.
Tournament.
I think it does.
You can't. That's what I was saying. Like, you can't take away, or you can't lose credit for the tremendous season that you had, especially in the SEC, right? It does mean something, and we all know that injuries do happen in baseball, especially in a game of failure. And if everybody can stay healthy at the right time, then usually that's when the magic can all start to come together, right? But it takes a lot. It takes a lot to go down for a perfect season, man.
It does.
A lot of stars need to align.
It does.
And you're seeing that. You're clearly seeing that.
And the thing with Ruger, I mean, and this is why I like so much and this is where Texas baseball seems to be so different from Texas football, with expectations. And that's why I think where expectations are tailored different for Texas baseball, because it's been consistent. You haven't had a lot of dips in the road to where it's like you fall off a standard or whatever. You don't see a lot of Texas baseball fans that are bitching about Ruger Riojas, because he's not programmed to be a first day. He's not programmed. He's not set to be your first day pitcher. He's kind of inherited.
No, hold on. I don't want to take anything away from it. He can be a day one.
He can,
but it's just tough to be a day one pitcher in the SEC, man.
That's the other part about it, and that's where I think that the conference schedule is so imperative, because the tournament. I mean, the tournament. Look, you may have a team, you may have one of these SEC teams that gets on some kind of run and makes some noise in this SEC tournament. That was, let's say, A&M, for example. If they get on some kind of run right here, great, whatever. But when you look at the body of work, Texas is set.
Arkansas is pretty hot right now, man.
Yeah, they are, and there's, I mean, this NCAA field, when it comes out, you're going to have a lot of SEC presence in there. So to be able to run that gauntlet in the manner that they did it, I mean, think about that run.
Hey, Jack, we see you, buddy.
That run of series that Texas had. And the other part is that, and again, not to make excuses, only pointing out facts right here, is that when Texas kind of went into that skid at the end of the year, there was a flu strain running through that freaking locker room. I mean, come on, that's going to affect you a little bit. So again, that's why I look at this week. It's like, get yourself better, get that lineup straight, figure out what you're going to do with pitching, get your rotations figured out. Then you go out, because you're going to have a pretty stacked regional, I think, coming into UFCU next week.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of that, did we get into our SEC honors?
SEC honors. Here's the other. Let's go right here. Of course, we talk about Slosh. That is your coach of the year. SEC freshman of the year. You had Dylan Volantis. There you go. Great honor for him right there. All SEC first team catcher Ryan Galvan.
Yes, sir.
Kimball Schuster, Ethan Mendoza, Will Gasparino. All of those dudes gathering all SEC honors.
That's a championship. It's a championship squad, isn't it?
Right. Pretty damn good for a carryover year. And I think that a lot of this needs to go to, it's great what Slosh did, but I mean, some of these names, obviously not, freshmen and so forth. You got to give a little tip of the cap to our man David Pierce, because he put a good core together right here, and it's only been magnified at this point.
Like, exactly, the core, the nucleus was there. Right buttons needed to be pushed, and I think we all knew that the pitching needed to be fixed, right?
Yep.
And that's not just a credit to Schlossnagel. That that was a shortcoming in Pierce's game that we found. But yeah, you're absolutely right. The core, the nucleus was there, and now Max Wieners is doing fantastic things for the pitching at Texas now, and you guys were right, man. Slosh is the guy. He's absolutely the guy. So it's you guys know I was a huge Pierce fan. I really like David Pierce. I still like David Pierce. But yeah, it's fantastic. It's outstanding to see where Texas baseball is at. Like not just at, but where we knew they could get to if the right stars could align, and it seems like they are.
Yeah, it was just a matter of a program shift is what needed to happen to where
matter of pushing the right buttons.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we've heard how Slosh is such a great motivator and so forth, but just that move in and of itself right there, and a lot of that with David Pierce.
Is it not crazy to just see the polar ends of A&M and Texas just from the? I can't believe that it's just the staff, right? The coaching staff that's making that much of an effort. Where are you at on that?
Well, and I think the whole thing about it is to where David Pierce, and one of the reasons that I'm a big fan of David Pierce is that David Pierce is he's an old high school coach, stubborn, bullheaded. He doesn't need a pitching coach. He doesn't need anybody to do that. He can handle all that. It's just the psychological differences right there to where it's like Slosh comes in, brings all that momentum, the dude's been a winner everywhere he's gone, for crying out loud.
100%. But I mean, it almost like A&M and Texas flipped spots just because of Schlossnagel.
Exactly, right? And
Wieners, Max Wieners.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You can look at that one move in and of itself, because we did with David Pierce. We talked a lot about pitching. Pitching is the problem. We said it ad nauseum before.
That was the MO all season long.
Yeah,
and he to the point where he admitted it.
Yeah, we can go back and check our tape to where it's like, oh, Wags, what are you concerned about this year? Man, pitching. Got to get the pitching straight. And
that's how I am in baseball anyways, right? I'd say this all the time, and my coach used to say it too, like the arms put the rings on the fingers. Like you can have all the lumber and aluminum all you want, but the arms put the rings on the fingers.
Right. And I think with this Texas team, if you don't achieve the ultimate goal at this point, we were talking about pitching, how we were concerned about that. If that could be what costs this team, but not because of anything else, because of attrition. I mean, when you run out of, when you just don't have anything else, I mean, that's hard to get around. But
you got to go to a position player to throw in, a little from the, from the damn stretch position the entire time and just lobbing in, 60 to 55 mile an hour, just juice balls at you.
I remember one year I was doing Lake Travis baseball, and they got on this run, and it was a loaded team. And it was like you started having the ace started having arm issues or whatever. And so Lake Travis is losing, I think, in a quarterfinal or something. And my man Mike Rogers goes over, and that's when Beatty played. Brett Beatty played.
I was going to ask, is Beatty the best player you saw come out there?
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely. Hands down. Brett Beatty's over there on third, and Mike Rogers is like, Brett, and then Brett became the lead pitcher on the staff for that run. I mean, they came up short in the state championship, but it was like Brett Beatty, you're pulling guys out, so I think that's what could happen here. But
introduction to Brett Beatty was a Lake Travis Westlake basketball game where he shut down a very coveted Will Baker.
Yeah, man.
Everybody, he took Will Baker completely out of the game, and he surrendered a foot and a half.
Yeah,
on Will Baker, and he boxed Baker out. Baker couldn't get anything. Baker settled for 3-pointers, and he kept missing. And Will Beatty just ate up Brett Beatty just ate up in the paint.
That's the thing, for years.
Basketball, yeah.
And recently retired Clint Beatty, the head coach here at Lake Travis, and it always was, Brett would kind of get warmed up there but when baseball came around, oh no, I got to go. It doesn't matter what the baseball team is doing, and he would make that move. But it a great year for Texas baseball, and I mean, look, you still got the goals.
Yeah, I mean, the accolades are in the pudding too. Yeah. Like it tells Absolutely. This ball club can play, right?
Yeah, no doubt about it. So congratulations to all those folks, and Coach Schloss, your SEC Coach of the Year, first year.
You want to talk about Covert and McCall real quick? I hear my dad down there trying to make some coffee, so I'm
right on.
I'm gonna go down.
Don't
and help
burn the house down, Dad. If you're watching,
Thank you very much. You know how it is, man. I'll be right back. Sorry.
Right on. Covert Bee Cave. It's over 40 acres of beautifulness out there in the Bee Cave. Speaking of Lake Travis, out there in Lake Travis country, our friends at Covert Bee Cave, go out and check out those folks for your new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV needs. Check them out today. Check them out this weekend. Check them out right now at covertbcave.com. Zero in on what you're looking for. You got a lot of different OEMs out there. You got 3 dealerships, service after the sale. All of that is there for you. You're tired of listening to me talk about them. Here's a look at Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Absolutely. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Shop them today. Wags mentioned it. I'm wearing the lid. The second one that I got from my man, Mike McCall, out there at Hyatt Lost Pines at the Mullet Open. It is McCall Custom Homes. I am a true McCall Custom Homes customer. Amazing bathroom renovation that they did right here at our property. They can do that for you. They can do a living room renovation. If you're looking to add a second story to your house, whatever you're looking to do, if you need that new build, if you've outgrown your current space, or maybe you want to get away. I know I've had a lot of friends that reach out to me. They're like, hey, do you still know anybody that has some property? I want to build a custom home. I say, I can't help you on the property, but I can help you with the builder. And it is McCall Custom Homes. Check them out today. They will make you a satisfied, happy customer, just like we are here at my residence. Don't forget, if you're a TSU listener or viewer, free estimates happening right now. All you have to do is get a hold of our man, Mike, at 512-633-9580. Be sure and mention TSU, Texas Sports Unfiltered. You'll get that free estimate. And that free estimate not only is a free estimate, it's it's advice, it's things that are going to make you get what you're looking for. Remember the tagline, McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. It is McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Hi, Wags. You all right over there? Dad, all right?
We're good. Also, my dad bleeds easily now, and he's down there with the dog. I don't know if you can tell, but the pups ain't on the couch today. So,
oh yeah,
he's down there with the dogs
couch today,
and she's and Bianca. Like, you got to constantly pet Bianca, or else she does like the paw where she drags your hand over to her paw, but her nails are so sharp that she's cutting my dad's skin. I just want to make sure that they ain't down there, but my wife's here now too, so we're
there. You go.
When mom's home, the dogs ain't out of hand. So
there you go.
Anyways, thank you guys for your patience there. Also, we need to tell you, we'd be remiss if we didn't tell you about our friends at Audiovisual Consultations. 512-255-8678. Those are the lottery numbers there. Make sure you play them, and you'll get the best gift in all the world, which is Tom McKay coming over your house and giving you little consultations with your audiovisual automation. They're the best to do it. They've been setting the standard in audiovisual automation since 1988. Make sure you hit them up, 512-255-8678. Again, at 512-255-8678. Go to their website at avconsultations.com and look at the gallery of projects that they've done over the past year, 20 years, 20 plus years, 30 plus years. Damn. And you will be seeing some of the greatest setups of your, like if you want an actual movie theater in your house, they can do that. They can put a golf simulator in there. No job's too big, no job's too small. Just give them a call, man. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
Absolutely. Wags, before we go to the game ones, because we got 2 game ones tonight, NBA and NHL.
Yes, we do.
Absolutely. Wanted to touch on you, touch on this with you just for a couple minutes.
Touch on you. Is that a song? I don't know, but we're going to write it into a
We're
ballad.
gonna write one. We're going to write one. That's going to be tomorrow when we're having those MREs is what's going to be going on.
I want to touch on you.
So we see Ross Dellinger reporting that the SEC, the Big 10, the Big 12, ACC, those 4 power conferences are trying to actually work together with, because you've got the new college sports commission coming. So with all of that, I like this move, right? With the Power 4, that there's actually some cohesiveness there to where, because like Tennessee, for example, last week, they're like, our state laws, we're going to do whatever the hell we want.
So here's the thing about it. Like, I do like the camaraderie, but I also feel like they could be starting like their own league of champions and bullying. Mm-hmm. They could also bully all the other conferences too, right? You kind of saw this move with the Prem, or excuse me, I forget what they were trying to call it, but in soccer, they were trying to take some of the premier clubs from each league, like Real Madrid, Chelsea wasn't in the mix for it. I want to say Man U or Man City, one of them. But they were just trying to create like a super power league, right? And if that happens, it really just crumbles and these were, marquee teams that are holding up and competing for some of the, some of the league titles almost every year. And again, that was to their point. It's just like, hey man, there's really not that many people that rival us. Should we create our own league of champions, so to speak? And I think what that does is kind of, it shits on the quality of soccer, or just shits on the quality of the sport in general. So that's what I'm a little reluctant to see. Right. And just because honestly, man, these 4 could run college, right?
Yeah,
it could absolutely run college. And some of the better football plays that I see sometimes come from, well, I mean, hell, it all feels like it's kind of on the same level playing field in terms of quarterback play these days. But I mean, some of the best running back plays that you see, or some of the longest runs that you see, come from like Mountain West or from a 1AA school,
the American,
you know what I mean, or the American. Like, there's hell, look at
Sun Belt,
look at Genty, you know what I mean, Ashton Genty. I mean, come on, guys. Like, I don't know. I think that if you make an elitist club, you're gonna leave out a lot of. I think you're just shitting on the overall quality of football.
I think when you
sport, not just football, but if any sport elects to do that.
Yeah, when you get these 4 that are agreeing or at least making a step to work together, it's like, okay, who from the Sun Belt or who from the Mountain West, who from any other conference is going to come in and try to use state laws to break anything? I mean, you look at the nucleus here of this big 4. That's all the big money. That's all the whatever. Where I get to where this is going to happen, and again, this is just, I mean, there's no legal whatever.
I just don't want anybody left behind,
right? And the whole thing is what happens to one of these Jimmy or Joes when they get pissed off, right? And they're like, the writing's on the wall here.
It's inevitable.
Right.
Too. Right. It's also inevitable. It's going to happen.
Yeah. Somebody's going to get butt hurt. And then that's where it's Katie bar the door, because it is all about that. And I've seen this so many. I see this I see it in racing with IndyCar all the time. And it's about to happen again, because IndyCar is in a huge mess right now. That Penske thing I was talking about yesterday, only getting
You're not Penske material.
You're not Penske material. But yeah, I mean, I like the thought, and that's great. But when it's the 4 leagues that are cohesive trying to do something, it's like, well, okay, you should be, because you're really the only players in this. You are really the only players, and you could easily market yourself out of here. But we'll see what happens, man. Revenue sharing and all that. I mean, revenue sharing to me is
that's another thing too. I gotta look in some of the clauses. Like the fine clauses of this as well. So.
Yeah, and when you start throwing revenue and sharing together, that's like, okay, that's sharing money. That in and of itself is going to get some people butt hurt. That's going to piss some people off. So anyway, I think it's a good step. It's good reporting right there that that's going to happen, but we'll see when it gets a little deeper. But I don't see anyone from outside of these 4 conferences that's going to come in here and would like Tennessee. I mean, Tennessee, that they're in the SEC, that state. So we'll see. We'll see. Just an interesting thought. Interesting thought.
Yes, sir. Where else you want to go, amigo?
Game 1, buddy. Game 1 tonight. Which one you more fired up about?
Right now, it is a 7.5 spread. Let's go with the hard court right now, or the hardwood right now. It is a 7.5 advantage to Oklahoma City. I'm feeling an ups. Actually, shit. Now I'm gonna talk myself out of it. I was feeling really good about Minnesota in Oklahoma City. A lot of us have been talking about if it really just going to come down to Anthony Edwards, but honestly, like maybe I was just wowed by some of the reports that I was watching on ESPN, over the past couple of nights. But am I buying too much in on Julius Randle?
It's a lot of Julius Randle, man.
Dude, he has been playing like an all-star. He has been. Is he playing above his box? Is he playing outside of his realm? And will he come back down to earth? That's the question, right?
Yeah.
I think that he is the matchup that he could have on Hartenstein or Hartenstein or who else would they rotate down? Caruso. Here's the thing too. Like Oklahoma City played fantastic defense against Denver. Like they were all over the place. They handled Jokic. They made Jokic look like he was, in a Euro League. No slap to a Euro League, but anyways, their team defense is fantastic. So this is kind of throwing me off on where Minnesota goes to actually attack. I think they can stay aggressive when Anthony Edwards play downhill basketball and not settle for threes like we talked about in what they were doing last series. I think that they can keep them off pace, right? And by doing that, you can have Julius Randle continue to roll his game, and then also it allows Rudy Gobert to at least be somewhat of a physical factor if the defense has to continue to play back because of Anthony Edwards, right? They're reacting to Anthony Edwards, and then all of a sudden defense rotates over to him. They can throw a lob or get something easy, above the rim to Rudy Gobert. So there's multiple ways to attack, right? If you sit there and take out your game, if Anthony Edwards carves his own game out to where he's not attacking and he's just settling for threes, this is easily, this could be a lopsided series, Rodney. This really could. Like Oklahoma City's that good. They're so long, they can extend the floor. Chet can hit threes. He can also rebound. Hartenstein is pretty damn nasty downs. And dude, he was banging it for the Knicks a couple of years ago too, and nobody was really giving him his credit as well. But yeah, he plays big and he plays physical inside, and that's what they need. And SGA is just one of the better, smoother scorers in the league right now. Troy hit it on the head yesterday. He is a really good team basketball player. He just is. Like he is fantastic. He finds the open man, or he either acquiesces to the open man. Sure, he can get to the line most of the times, and that's when he penetrates, he's really crafty with his game that way. But also, people find it boring because he lives at the line a lot. But what are you doing? You're putting the opposition in foul trouble. You're getting them into team fouls, and then you're also getting your team in a better one-on-one or in doubles, man. They're a really tough team to beat, man. And Chris Finch and the Timberwolves got their hands full.
And this is the two guys you didn't mention right there that I think are going to be super imperative in this series are Jaden McDaniels and Mike Conley. I mean, I think
Conley's nasty too, dude.
He is. And McDaniels.
I think Caruso's going to be able to handle Conley.
Yeah. And McDaniels on defense. I mean, to work outside the arc. I mean, he's going to need to defend out there because that is really what Oklahoma City's going to try to do. They're going to try to push, and they're going to try to find the outside shot. And I think that's where McDaniels is going to be so those are kind of underlying things right there. I mean, so much of this really is with Gobert and with Julius Randle and with Ant-Man, but I think it's those two guys that are really going to have to assert their presence tonight to
like Anthony Edwards is the key factor. It's not like Julius Randle's game builds off of it. They all do. Their entire game unlocks because of Anthony Edwards, right? He just makes that team better. But it all comes down to how he plays. If he's settling for threes, it's going to be a nightmare for Minnesota.
Yeah. And that's where I really do think, like,
even if he's hitting them, Rodney, if he's hitting the threes, if he's settling for threes, it's going to be a nightmare.
And this is where I do think that I'm ready to say that we're at the point right now to where Oklahoma City, I think they can. I really think they can, man. If they come out tonight and assert game one, they can really take off with this series because they're just overpowering.
They're nasty. I almost crowd the paint and let Anthony Edwards shoot threes all day long. Don't let him penetrate. Don't let him drive.
That's it. I mean, keep him out there, and I think
it just changes their dynamic of attack so much. It just
totally does.
It restricts them. It limits them. It doesn't allow them to open up their game. That's how I would attack this if I'm Oklahoma City, and that's probably what they're going to do. I mean, again, they're favored 7.5 tonight. The total is 216.5. So, that's pretty high, but actually, I think it's right on time for these two clubs. Honestly, I'll take the over tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to take. I was talking myself into, and this is just it, right? I was talking myself into a Minnesota cover here, but they could really get, if they don't play a certain way, if they don't play aggressive, they could get blown out of the gym.
I totally agree, and I think that this really is because I've mentioned it on here, to where it's like, okay, Oklahoma City with the youth and all that. I think they're beyond that. I think they've kind of gotten past that to where they are ready to assert themselves as the NBA power right now. Because I mean, and that's a great thing about the Final Four that we have right here is like you got all these teams. It's not the traditional where in hockey you've got usual players, usual suspects. NBA, it's 4 different teams that you haven't seen in this spot for a while. But I think this is really where Oklahoma City can say, okay, we are the team right now. And I kind of they're going to cover, dude. I think they're going to come out tonight. Okay. I think they're going to win by about 10 tonight.
There you go.
Yeah, we'll see. Be fun to watch. I'm just glad we got 2 games.
Yeah, that's another thing too. It's going to be 2 really good matchups with some guards here, right? Like some of the best guards that are playing at the highest level of their game in the NBA. So again, usually that's what happens in playoff basketball. You usually get the best of the best, but these two dudes, they might even be the cream of the crop, man.
I was telling a guy last night, we were having a conversation. He's like, I don't watch basketball. I don't like it anymore. The NBA. I'm like, I totally get that. I'm more of a college basketball
What don't you
guy.
like?
Except right now. Yeah, like right now. I'm like, when'd you watch it?
I get when people are taking load management during the regular season. It gets lame. And especially if you're a fan and you're going there to see your guy play and he doesn't play that day. But
yeah. Well, it's like, I haven't watched basketball in 2 years. I say, watch it now.
Check it out, man. You might want to give it a gander,
Yeah. Watch it now. It's different people. I said, LeBron ain't there. KD's not there.
He's relevant. I mean, he's still relevant in the league.
He's not.
The Lakers were in the playoffs, and I think they'll figure something out with Luka. Luka's just got to get in shape, man.
Yeah, the NBA is in such a good spot right now where you do have those guys with Luka and LeBron where they're still there.
There's some decent parity.
They're ushering in this new era of guys where they're just Jalen Brunson. I mean, bring it. I mean, it's a great product.
And I'm going to sound like an absolute old head, but it ain't the NBA of the 90s or the 80s where you could get as physical as you wanted to. But
that's look at football.
You're right. You're right. We have taken a step back in violence. We have, or we seem to be taking a step back in violence.
Yeah, and I totally get that. I
don't.
Well,
I don't. In sports, and where it's supposed to be controlled violence.
Well,
like football, like
football's the one. Football's the one where I'm like, let them hit.
And here's the thing too. Like with football, it's a detriment to the people that play defense. And I used to play defense, and now they basically have to run up, they have to break down, and they have to sit there and absorb the effing hit. Which, and you're taught, from Pop Warner, if you don't go full speed, somebody's going to get hurt. Like if you go to make the hit and then you shell up, you're just absorbing a blow and you're going to get licked. You're going to get your clock clean, man. You have to hit with murderous intent.
Yeah, if you Ole your brother-in-law something, you are going to lose that battle, maybe in bigger ways. But yeah, football's the one where I'm
controlled violence. Man.
Oh man, absolutely. I mean, what is the goal of football?
Hockey's controlled violence,
and that's where hockey's different. To where hockey's not so much like football has gotten, to where it's like you see somebody get smashed against the boards or something.
It's just a different code. It's just different DNA, right? Like everybody says, gridiron's great. Sure, gridiron's the money driver, but these dudes, hockey players, are just wired completely different.
Yeah, absolutely. It's
catch a puck to the tooth. You're out there the next period after. Right. You got a dentist on call in the locker room. I don't know if that's legit or not, but I mean, I would figure they had good dental care right there.
These guys,
their dental insurance is out.
They thrive on violence and getting hurt. And I mean, and the way that these guys play, I mean, playing with the injuries that they have. And yes, I mean, it's really great. Does NHL have concussion protocol? Mm-hmm. Do they have any of that shit? Oh, they do. Okay. So how do these guys keep playing?
You gotta.
Do they actually
know? Right? You have to know that they got that. They're getting hit with a stick or a puck every night.
So I see these guys take blows, and they just come back out. And we're like in football, that dude's going in the tent. You ain't gonna see him till next week. So, yeah, and hell, we got one tonight, Carolina and Florida.
Yeah. So look, Carolina is going to be tested, right? Gostisbehere and Burns, they're going to be absolutely tested with this front with the front lines of Florida here. Bennett's catching fire, or Bennett's been on fire. Reinhardt's getting back at it. Chucky's back. Marchand, I mean, they all look good, honestly. Florida's I kind of called it. I don't want to say that I know it all. I mean, Tom's fantastic too with his algorithms and shit, but Florida just got healthy at the right time, and no one saw Marchand going to Florida. Like, I'm sure Marchand was going to be moved, but I didn't know that. I thought the Canes were going to go after Marchand or someone of that ilk. But Florida made the pool. And look, man, the Panthers, you got a shit hot goalie already. There's a really good chance that they could be representing the East here and playing for Lord Stanley. That's my pick. I love Florida in this series. I think they win the night. They're the defending champions. We'll see what they can do. I hope we don't see an Edmonton, Florida rematch here for the Stanley Cup because Dallas and the boys take on Edmonton here tomorrow night. I believe it's tomorrow night.
Yeah, I'm with you, man.
Tonight I like Florida. Probably 3-1. Aho's been coming on, but again, he's had a really down tournament so far. Maybe the skates wake up a little bit and they start cooking and melting down the ice for the Carolina bunch of jerks.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think it is. I think it is Florida. We can talk about Dallas tomorrow, but I think it is Dallas, Florida, Dallas. Yeah, I don't want to rematch.
The last time I ate an MRE CB was 2011. Maybe. We did an operation with the Australian military right before I retired. I just gotten back from deployment. It was it was a rim pack, Pacific. I don't want to use military terms, but it was like a Pacific operation, right? And they did a whole bunch of like the Tungans were there, doing the exercise with us. The Australians were doing their exercise and fire maneuvers with us, and we also just got to implement strategies and tactics with each other. Pretty cool. It was really, really fun time. But yeah, the food shit. You know what I mean? Like, awesome training, but the food is just terrible. But yeah. Thanks for letting me go down that path of PTSD.
Hey, so I didn't finish telling you the story.
I'm kidding.
So I worked for a company for a lot of years, and there were two pallets of something in one of the warehouses that I had explicit instructions, because I ran one of the warehouses, so I was a forklift guy. I did all that shit. And it's like, don't ever touch those 2 pallets. And they were covered, like with a black trash sack or whatever. And it was like, don't ever touch those 2. Don't ever move them unless I specifically tell you to do it. I mean, it was one of those things. Company closed down, everything. Company got sold, whatever the thing was, and they finally got those pallets down. And they were MREs that had been purchased in like 1990. That were just sitting there in case a catastrophic world-ending event happened while we were at work.
They expire. They expire.
That's right? What I thought, right? It was like, I mean, I know I've had ramen hanging around for a while, but I figured that shit expired at some point. But yeah. I think they had to bring in the bomb squad to detonate those 2 skids when all that finally went down. Hey, you mentioned CB, our producer, actually just tweeted us something that I can't believe it, that Jordan Hudson has told at least one person that she and Coach Bill are engaged to be married.
Is that right?
She's getting in there. It's a plan, buddy.
She's starting to.
It's a plan.
She's starting to create the wedge and start to control the funds.
It's a well-created
plan,
Miss Hudson.
Look out. What else we got on the plate before we get out of here?
Before the boys come on, and we were talking about football kind of softening up a little bit, I saw that the Green Bay Packers have reissued on this tush push thing, trying to ban the tush push and all this, that they have a revision for the tush push to be banned, which says, I had it somewhere, I lost it, here it is right here. So what they are saying, the proposal's updated language, quote, offensive players cannot assist the runner except by individually blocking for him. They also eliminated immediately at the snap.
Okay, so you can't grab your running back and pull them like they've been doing, which was the old rules of football when I was there.
I always thought you couldn't do this shit from the get-go. And I don't care if they ban it or not. I mean, well, I guess I do because it's Eagles doing it. But I didn't think you could help the runner advance.
You were never allowed to aid the runner in my time of playing football either, but I also never played professional football. So again,
well,
I'm not a rule savant here. I'm not, up in the booth there checking everything. So I played at a high school level, a half season in college, and I didn't even finish. So at a Division II school. So
yeah, I just think that the whole basis of this, I think, is to player safety, like we were talking about. This play is not going to hurt
Shepherd College, baby. Shout out Shepherd College.
This play is not going to hurt anybody. At least I don't think so. So we'll see how that all shakes out. Just trying to stop one team from doing it. Hey, man, my whole thought is, if you can't beat them, join them. Learn how to do that play. Figure out a way to do that play. Get your people in there and do that play. Even though
you can't beat them, cheat them.
Can't beat them, cheat them.
That's where you're at.
I just didn't think you could do this.
2011, last time I ate an MRE. Here we go, baby. Let's get the colon ready. I'm good.
Kind of excited.
I'm loose.
I'm excited about. So, is there anything that I'm should
not
do?
Excited at all about it, but
should I hydrate tonight? Should I drink a shit ton of water?
Yeah, you should drink water. You should always be drinking water. But
yeah. But I mean, do I?
Because it's going to dehydrate you a little bit.
Oh,
right?
Okay.
It's going to absorb all the water in there, and it's going to take every ounce of water in your body to push it out.
Ooh, maybe some Gatorade tonight. Maybe some
Pedialyte. No. Water. You'll cramp up with Gatorade. This will
nice,
absolutely cramp you up.
Tomorrow it's Sue Patrick.
So real quick, I want to give you guys a show. Tell you a show that I'm watching here. As you mentioned, there very minimal sports selection last night, right? I watched the Orioles lose to the Brewers. Shocker. I thought they were actually going to win too, which sucks. But look, here's the thing. I was able to turn on a little bit of some of the, I'm a science fiction guy. I like, stories from out of this realm and stuff too. I'm a huge Game of Thrones fan. I like Lord of the Rings too. And coincidentally, it's the one thing that my dad and I really have besides football, Lord of the Rings has been a really good lore that we've kind of loved and enjoyed together, right? We've enjoyed the books of Tolkien. We love Frank Herbert's Dune as well. But he's the guy that kind of got me into sci-fi. So watching Lord of the Rings, Power of the Ring, or Ring of Power for the first time. And I had no idea that this was out there. None. And I consider myself, entrenched, or at least with a strong pulse for science fiction, right? It's on Amazon. I had no idea, right? It's a TV series too. And it goes back and actually talks about what happened before, like The Hobbit, the journey of the Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. So those of you guys that are into that stuff and you're looking for a nice little rabbit hole to go down, check out Ring of Power or Rings of Power. Stories and basically an appendix of Lord of the Rings.
There you go. Good stuff. Also good stuff.
Oh no. Okay. Season 2 is better. Okay. All right. Right on. So I'm looking, so it gets better. Right on. So it's great. It's fantastic. And it is a little slow to kind of set up the time frame, but still, like, that's with anything, right? That's with any pilot. You have to set the pieces on the board before you can actually move forward. I mean, hell, Game of Thrones season 1 almost puts people to sleep. I mean, not me, because I just love all that nerdy shit, but you guys know. Where else you want to go, partner?
Hey, I did want to mention also, had a quick text this morning with our man JJ Gotch with the Austin Gamblers, the PBR draft day happening today at the Moody Center.
Hey, how about that?
Yeah, you're looking for something to do out there, go check that stuff out. We'll have to get JJ on and talk some rodeo with these 4 teams in the NBA Finals. So between all 4 of them, Wags, 3 NBA titles between the 4 teams, one of them with the Thunder, which were the Sonics back in 1979. So, yeah, pretty depleted right there. Last year, there were 18 combined with the Final 4. In 23, there were 37, and in 22, there were 28. 2 of those titles for the Knicks in the 70s. So, yeah, gonna have a fresh new champion when this shit's all said and done.
All right, the guys are in the background. I gotta get cooking, guys.
Yes, sir. All right, boys. Remember, tomorrow, Wags and I live at St. Patrick with Bucky and BK, 9 o'clock. We're gonna eat the MREs. Y'all are gonna come on when we're doing that, right after that. So it could be kind of bad, guys. Could be kind of bad.
How old are these? Forward to it. How old are these MREs?
Dude, I don't know. This is one of those things to where it's like somebody hands you something. It's like, drink this. And you're like, you don't know if it's laced with something. You don't know if it's piss. You don't know what it is. They're just going to put this stuff out there and I'm going to eat it.
I mean, what type of parties did you go to in Lockhart? I've never been given a drink that I'm like, yeah, there might be piss in this.
I told you guys my old trick. What I would do is my buddies, I'm a snuff dipper still, not as much as I used to be, but I always had, the spitter. I'd have the spitter right there and I'd place it by the drunkest guy so he'd take a drink of it. So
yeah, I mean, that's classic
kind of thing. Yeah, that's what I do. All right, guys, I'm gonna check out of here. You guys have a great show, and we will see y'all mañana.
We'll see you tomorrow.
You bet.
Awesome. Well, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That's Will Turboff. How's Mexico treating you?
It's great. I am in a hotel room in beautiful Playa del Carmen right now. Having a great time here for the next 2 or 3 days. I headed out on Thursday, but the Lone Star Playbook always comes first. So here I am, and we had a great week last week. Came down with some illness late in the week, but all good now. And a good amount of recruiting news over the last couple days. Jordan, just tell me where you want to start.
Yeah, we can start with Miami Riley's commitment. Colin and I talked about it a little bit yesterday, but we were mostly kind of just, scatter shooting, big picture recruiting stuff or college football stuff. CB, thanks for letting me know. I'm gonna check out that Brett Favre documentary.
I'm told.
But no, we can we can start with Yaheem Riley. So committed on Friday, called the Texas staff Thursday night, and committed to the staff over the phone while he was at a training session with Bam, the defensive back trainer in the Austin area. Basically, he wanted to wait until after official visits to do it. And then Hayward Howard jumps in the class, more of a corner than a safety, but Texas is kind of just taking defensive backs now. Dwayne Akeen is back in town. There's not really corners, safeties, or nickels. It's defensive back. We're going to play you all around. What you're best at is where you'll stay at. So Hayward Howard jumps in the class. We had found out about 48 hours before Hayward Howard was committing. And I called, someone in Riley's camp like, hey, this is happening. I know Riley in Miami or whatever wants to go to Texas, and I know y'all want to wait till after OVs, but y'all probably need to start, maybe thinking about doing it earlier just because this is going to set off a chain reaction. A week later, Jermaine Bishop commits, right? Who is an athlete take, but is more likely, I think, to end up at corner than a receiver. Yeah. But either is possible. So it's like, okay, that kind of sped it up, right? So him and his mentor, Bam, and, other people in this camp kind of had a talk like, hey, if Texas is the place you want to be, you need to do this sooner rather than later. Miami wanted to take the official visits to Vanderbilt, Houston, the ones he had scheduled. He's been to Houston before, but I'd never been out to Vanderbilt. So, that was a visit he really wanted to take, especially because he did like that staff and those relationships. And basically someone said hey, you can go to Texas now. If it doesn't work out, Vanderbilt or Houston, there's spots for you there in the portal. But if you take these OVs and Texas fills up and you go to Vanderbilt or Houston and it doesn't work out there, Texas isn't there in the portal. And, it's true. And that sped up his process. He ends up committing last Thursday. And then, the following day committed around 2:30 p.m. on that Friday. So it'd been a long time coming since they offered him at the end of March. It was, clear as day he was going to end up at Texas. And honestly, if this had happened, if Texas had put an offer on the table as a sophomore or junior, he's probably committed.
Yeah, this had been done for a while, I think.
Yeah. So, honestly, there from the jump, there was a lot of frustration towards the secondary staff. Terry Joseph, Blake Gideon had a Miami camp several times. Each time he did pretty well. I mean, I had someone, they don't let media into the camps, only outside of it. But, they let friends, family, or parents, whoever drove them down there. And oftentimes those people will video, and I get the videos one way or another. Yaheem Riley was one of the better campers for the last 2 summers in a row and left without an offer. And whenever there were other kids who showed up to the camp, didn't do as well, but got offered, you can see why that left a really bad taste in Miami and his camps, kind of mouths. And I mean, we know how camps work. A lot of these schools have these elite camps where guys are invited and they're like, yeah, show up, do well, and you get offered. They have plans to offer 6 of those kids, even if they show up and break their leg on the first route. They just want them to be able to get the offer in person and then go talk with Sark or the staff in person afterwards. Because that is more, more special than just calling them over the phone. So there's a lot of animosity towards Texas for a little bit. In fact, I actually talked to someone who used to be pretty close to the Texas defensive back recruiting outlook, whatever you want to call it, right? And I'm like, hey, this is last fall. Why haven't y'all offered Yaheem Riley? I've seen all the stuff he's done, all the things that I think usually are what earn offers from y'all. What's the holdup here? And what I was told was that Jamal Fenner had been religiously banging on the table. Jamal Fenner formerly coached Miami Riley at Austin OBJ, and had been saying, hey, he's baby Drew Makuba. Y'all need to go offer him. He's baby Drew Makuba. If you don't, he's going to go elsewhere. Y'all are going to have to play him in the SEC, and it won't be fun. Y'all kind of need to offer him, should have offered him. And they wouldn't. And the answer I was given was because they didn't like his fit. They didn't think he worked in the defense. And, quote, they wouldn't offer him because they knew they'd have to eat it with him being a local kid, which, you can't extend offers past a certain point in the process to kids in the Austin or Centex area and not take them, or else you're going to have, the Texas high school football mafia after you. And it makes sense. I understand it from their point of view. But, I kind of agreed to disagree. I was like, I think that is kind of a BS reason, Anyways, Terry Joseph, Blake Gideon, months later, take jobs elsewhere. They hire new DB coaches. Akina comes in and brought Riley and kind of his portfolio profile, whatever you want to call it, to the table and said, hey, I'd offered this guy at Arizona. He was my top safety at Arizona. I want to recruit him. I already have years of relationship building with him and his camp. Know the people that are in his circle quite well. Can we please put an offer on the table? Eventually, Akina's, request was granted. Once it was, Kenoto Hudson was who called and gave the good news to Riley. And, I put the crystal ball in like an hour after he posted the Texas offer, because it is someone who I guess had been covering him, posting him for a long time, going back to when he had an offer. I was, I wasn't not going to be the first to do that, to put in a prediction. So I had to. And hey, it ended up cashing, I guess. But with him, Texas is always a place he wanted to be. Grew up in South Florida. That's where the Miami nickname comes from. Moved to the state of Texas around 6th, 7th grade. Lived in Collier, actually, for about a year and a half. And then his family, settled in Austin, and he's been in the Austin area since. And, ever since I've known him, which would have been like his 8th or 9th grade year, I think, Texas was always his dream school. He always said Texas, Texas, Texas. But that didn't really become a thing until he moved to Texas, obviously, because he had only ever played street football in Florida. He never was on an actual team playing organized football until middle school. So kind of a cool story there. Yeah. And then his freshman year ends up on LBJ's varsity, is on like every single special teams unit. Like half of his freshman year highlights are him just running down on kick coverage, just murdering someone in Austin ISD. And ended up working his way more into the rotation towards the end of the year. Ended up as a first team All-District or second team All-District defensive back. Since then, as a sophomore, he was the district's defensive MVP, and same as a junior. So, the arrow's been pointing up each and every year for him. Played varsity basketball as a freshman and sophomore. Also ran varsity track as a freshman and sophomore. Didn't play basketball this past season. He had transferred to Anderson in the middle of the year. And he ran in like 2 or 3 track meets in Anderson since. But been a long time coming for him. The Texas offer was one he always wanted. This was a kid who Drew Makuba at Clemson. This is actually kind of funny. If you turned on any LBJ game in 2020, 2021, or 2022, you would notice like half the team is wearing Clemson sleeves or gloves. And it was because Drew Makuba, when he was at Clemson, would get a cardboard box, would go into the equipment room, and it would just throw a bunch of shit in there and then ship it back to LBJ. And I actually have a pair of Clemson gloves sitting over here because his younger brother, Fatu, who played with, LBJ and then obviously the Juice program, would bring a Clemson like team issued backpack and would be like, hey, who wants gear? And would open it and just would hand out gloves and like headbands and cleats to kids. It was all Clemson stuff. So Miami was always wearing Clemson stuff. And then Drew obviously goes to Texas. All last spring, he was wearing a bunch of Texas gear. That's where kind of all those photos of him on his profile come from. And I always be like, hey, man, like when they offer, I got to put the crystal ball in. And he would basically be like, man, if they offer, I'm not even posting it. Like, this is BS at this point. Just upset about it. And I understand it from his point of view, but really happy for him, excited that he gets to live his dream, accomplish his dream. And so are a lot of people. If you get over to Horns 24/7, you'll see a free story with his trainer, Bam, and, Longhorn legend Michael Griffin, who has coached Riley in the Juice 7-on-7 program the last 3 years. So some really good stuff from them.
Yeah, great work, Jordan. I mentioned it already, but you were all over this one from the start, and you just talked about it. What I wanted to talk about is how kind of one of the biggest storylines going into this recruiting cycle was, can Terry Joseph really get it done? Is he going to be – yes, he got a 5-star DB last year. He got Cade Phillips. Yes, he was involved in getting Andrew Makuba to transfer. Yes, Texas has had good defensive back play. They just had a guy win the Thorpe Award last year. But Terry Joseph was thought of as maybe the weakest recruiter, throughout the last couple of years, maybe the entire Sarkisian tenure. Obviously, he leaves. And the idea was that you were going to go out and get someone that was a phenomenal recruiter, that had experience in the region. So they pair Mark Orphy with Dwayne Akina, and it's been absolutely golden. I mean, getting Hayward Howard Jr. to commit before official visits is maybe the most impressive one, because this is one that LSU probably should have had, wrapped in a bow from the start. Yes, Texas offered first, but not too soon before. I think it was only a month and a half or 2 months before.
I will say LSU did kind of assist Texas. They did put an offer on the table for Hayward Howard, but apparently told him and his folks, like, you can't commit to this until you show up in camp in June. And, LSU has tried that with kids in the past. Some they'll stay in camp and they'll wait till after to commit or whatnot to LSU or another school. But most of the time, like, if you're LSU and Texas is recruiting this kid and Miami's recruiting this kid and Auburn and Bama and Ole Miss and all these SEC schools are begging him to come on their campus and commit, and you tell him you have to camp to earn a committable offer, you could, like, it's very understandable why Hayward Howard was looking other ways. I would have been like, man, screw y'all, just part of the story or context I thought was worth providing. But so, I mean, nonetheless, like, I love Hayward Howard, so I think it's great that LSU messed that up.
Yeah, they get Hayward Howard on the 9th, and then 5 days later, Jermaine Bishop. I said that Hayward Howard Jr. committing, was maybe the most impressive feat. But as we've learned kind of over the last week, is that Jermaine Bishop was really considering one other school at this point, and it was A&M. And we've been on the show, I think it was last Tuesday or Wednesday, maybe right before you had seen him, saying that, I had heard that Houston and USC were involved here, but it's always felt like this one was going to come down to Texas and A&M. And Jordan, you kind of feel that, and I feel the same way, that it is still a battle between Texas and A&M. He's firmly committed to Texas, but he is planning on taking the official visits everywhere, right? He's going to go everywhere, right?
Well, yeah. So this would be kind of a long tangent, but before I found out he committed and he ended up committing, I interviewed him prior to that, the same day, like 10 minutes, right? And I'm like, hey, you have Houston, USC, Texas OVs. What's kind of the deal here with A&M? Because, like, this is the same thing back in March when I talked to you. You said I'm taking Texas, USC, and UH along with A&M. I just don't have A&M scheduled yet, but it'll be on the schedule. And I was like, Jermaine, it's mid-May. Like, wait, are you just saying this, or are you actually going to take this A&M OV? And he basically proceeded to say, like, we're scheduling it. Yeah. And I was like, he's not taking this. I ended up finding out 10 minutes later why he hadn't scheduled it. But when I asked him after he committed in his head coach's office, and I said, hey, you're pledged to Texas now. It wasn't really a long time coming. You had silenced it 2 weeks ago, and they kept it extremely quiet. No one knew about this, including the other teams, because he didn't even call the other teams to tell them, thanks for recruiting me, but I'm going to Texas. He didn't do that. And so I asked him, hey, are you still going to take these other OVs? And he paused for about 5 seconds and then said, yes. I'm still going to take them. So that kind of gave me the message or vibe that he hadn't even thought about the other OVs until I had asked him. And with the other two being USC and Houston, who Bishop and his head coach both told me hadn't been in actual consideration for at least like 2 months. Not really worried about the other OVs. I do think he's either going to no-show them, Texas will convince him to cancel them or whatnot. But even if they do happen, I mean, I'm not too concerned. He's never been out to USC before. Usually those schools who don't host them up until OVs rarely will get the kid. And then Houston, like, not, super worried there. So as long as A&M doesn't find its way on the schedule, I think Texas will be, coasting and I guess will be through the woods or whatever you want to call it. But, I expect Jermaine Bishop to stay solid with Texas. This is a kid who wanted to commit early because he was tired of all these coaches and media calling him and everything. And I don't blame him at all. But he just wanted to get the process over with. So I think he's going to be pretty firm, pretty solid with Texas, and expect him to sign with the Longhorns come December.
Yeah, wait, a question here. Not really a question, just a statement. Chase Calicut has Texas in his top three, is Texas, Georgia, and Michigan. Funny enough, we saw about three other schools that could have been, at some point were thought of as a true contender. I know Ole Miss and Washington for a fact. There may have been one other. And then Koti Okpala and Braden Rouse. We will get to linebackers in just a minute here. I do want to talk about the defensive back recruiting because that's the talk of the town right now. And I think there's a very good chance that this is the best class the Texas has had in the last 5 years at defensive back. Just look at the names that they're hosting on official visits. Samari Matthews is one of my favorite prospects in the country. He's someone that I think will end up being a 5-star, come December. Out of Cornelius in North Carolina. He's been to Texas a couple times. Less than 24 hours after they offered him, he set up an official visit. And that it's not like that offer was a couple of weeks ago. That offer was in February. He had a solid group of South Carolina, Clemson, and North Carolina.
If I'm not mistaken, Smart Matthews was the very first offer that the new defensive back staff extended.
I don't think he was the first. I think Cameron Hamill was the first out of Arizona. But it was that same week. Cameron Hamill is another one. This one's kind of all over the place, but I do think Texas has a really good shot. As I mentioned, out of Arizona, he's familiar with Dwayne Aquina. Arizona had been involved for a while, so there's a connection there. But he's dealing with Mark Orphy more than anyone else.
Yeah, he also put out a top 4 without Texas, right?
Texas, but yeah. I believe he's still coming on the official visit. From what I heard, he has not changed his schedule at all. So those aren't the big hitters. The big hitter, in my eyes, is Justice Fitzpatrick. This is the much younger brother of Minka Fitzpatrick, ex-Alabama player, now with the Pittsburgh Steelers. At this point, maybe a future Hall of Famer. But Justice Fitzpatrick is not, it's not a given that he'll end up at Alabama. And it's not even, I wouldn't say they're leading right now. I think Miami and Georgia have done a really good job. Of course, that's not the same staff that his brother had at Alabama.
Yeah, a lot of those guys are now at Georgia, which is Georgia's kind of been looked at as, I guess, I don't know about leader or favorite, but the long time one to watch out for, I should say.
Yeah. So Georgia, Miami, Texas seems like the group. He's going to be at Georgia next week. Miami the following week, and Texas to wrap things up. As things stand, of course, he's got room for maybe 2 or 3 more official visits here, but it seems like those are going to be the 3. You could include Jalen Lott in that group too, and another one I think Texas has considered as a 2-way player, but will very likely play wide receiver. Should he end up at Texas. Thinking of a couple others, we mentioned Chase Calicut already.
Devon Benjamin.
Devon Benjamin, another one. Very highly ranked guy. I don't know if Texas actually got that official visit scheduled, but he is.
Texas will end up getting an OV from him. He is kind of down to like 4 or 5 schools, just needs to put the schedule together, but he hasn't released OV dates yet. So it also, to my understanding, was one of those kids that hadn't taken a ton of visits yet. So they kind of wanted to see a bunch of the schools they are considering on unofficials in March, April, a little bit in May. And then mid to late May, they were going to put that OV schedule together because like I'm using Kentucky as an example. But if you're a kid from California and Kentucky's recruiting you really hard, you're, considering them, and they want you to OV, and you have the, finances to make an unofficial happen before an OV, it would make sense to go see them on an unofficial first. And if you don't like it, don't like Lexington or whatever about the school or the program facilities, you can say, hey, guys, I don't think this is for me. I'm not going to go waste 3 days in a summer weekend, officially visiting. So I think, they're using that to kind of cut the list down, and then he's going to OB to like 3 or 4, maybe 5 schools. But Texas will be one of those. It's just, about when the calendar comes out or the schedule.
Yeah. I think, and just kind of circling back to that Terry Joseph conversation, is that there was always movement. There was always, I think defensive back had more movement in terms of what the board looked like at the start of the cycle and the end. And that's kind of stayed the same. And obviously that's going to happen with the coaching change. But just think of the guys that were connected to Texas, even in January. Someone like Brock King at a Port Arthur Memorial, even although it was never really a consideration, Jordan Edmonds, out of Georgia. There were a lot of guys that Texas missed on and tried hard with. Marion Vincent out of Waco Connolly. That was one who, a little bit before my time here on the staff, but he was thought of as a top target for both Baylor and Texas. Ends up at Baylor, and Texas completely backed off. I don't think they're going to be involved with him at all through the summer, unless things take a pretty odd turn. And it doesn't seem like that happens. I think if he's not at Baylor, he'll end up at Oklahoma State or maybe even UNLV. But he's pretty locked in there with the hometown Bears. Havon Finney, who reclassified from the class 27. Texas offered him right before he reclassified and probably knew at the time that was what was going to happen. He commits to LSU. He's one of the two Sierra Canyon ex-2027 prospects that reclassified. I think they announced it together. Richard Wesley is the other one. And I think we talked about Richard Wesley a little bit on the show last week, but made a commitment to Oregon. And his dad talked to every reporter in the nation and said, I don't agree with this. And I don't think it's the right thing to do.
Hey, shout out the Wesley family's agent.
Yeah, they've done a good job. And you're getting
they said
price tag to go to Oregon.
Pops, you didn't know about this? You didn't know about him jumping into a pool with half-naked Dan Lanning? All right. We're going to call Wilfong. We're going to call Adam Gorney. We're going to call Tom Loy. Give them quotes. You didn't know about this. It's not a done deal. Let's get the bag, Mr. Wesley. I think that's probably somewhere similar to how it went down. It's also like, even if that isn't, that was mostly a riff, but like, if a kid isn't telling his dad before he's committing, and you're the kid's dad, and that school didn't call you either, are you not like, yo, did y'all just try to like get a fast one by on us, and you did get one by on us? Like, because if I'm his dad, I'd be kind of pissed at Lanning. Like, yo, none of y'all could have called me to ask me about this or whatnot, especially because that's a 16-year-old.
Yeah.
He reclassed. Like, so I don't know. I just thought that was kind of nuts, along with the entire commitment video is
pretty odd.
A lot of questions I have.
Very, very Lanning-esque. And I like Dan Lanning as a coach. Just think he's an odd fellow at some times. But, that was kind of the point, is the Texas, missed on, I would say, by March, like a lot of the guys that were on this board. Most, I think. Even if they didn't commit, it was pretty clear that they weren't going to end up at Texas. And there's no doubt. I mean, there was a week where Texas did not have any defensive back coaches, I think. I think there was some time in between, because Mark Orfrey was hired after Blake Gideon left. So technically he was hired as the safeties coach. But that was never really going to – I think they had a feeling that Terry Joseph, for probably the third year in a row was fielding interest from the NFL. And this was probably the year that it was going to happen. And it wasn't going to be another situation where Texas was going to give him another pay raise. You just had Jahdae Barron, good on you, and you were going to get a good NFL job. So that's what happened. And we saw, a couple guys probably drop on Texas's board because they didn't have anyone to talk to for at least a few days. And that was an important time in the middle of February, early February maybe, when guys were thinking about setting up unofficials and starting to talk to coaches about officials. So that was definitely something we were, looking at the time is, what's going to happen with the DB board? And they've really turned things around.
Hey, I just have to mention this because, like I'm telling you, like no one has any idea how pissed off everyone in Miami Riley's camp was, including me as someone that covered Texas recruiting and this kid a lot that just wanted him to get the offer. Terry Joseph and Blake Gideon's top two safeties on the in-state board for the 26 class was Isaiah Williams and Markel Ford. Markel Ford out of Mesquite Horn, who's now at DeSoto, committed to A&M early, ended up backing out, is now an SMU commit, all right? Isaiah Williams, who was, I think, always had Texas as his leader, but Texas wasn't quite ready to take him because of injury history and some other stuff, is likely going to end up at Oregon State or Utah.
I was going to say group of five.
And those were Terry Joseph and Blake Gideon's top two in-state safety targets, and they wouldn't recruit Miami Riley. So, like, looking like a year later, it's like, yo, who was right and who was wrong here?
We'll see. I mean, it's still, Jordan, we're still 2-3 years away from really having an answer. I know you like Yaheem Riley, and I know a lot of people don't like the two guys that we mentioned, but you know, we've said it countless times. Guys outplay their rankings, and you're all right. I'm going to bring this up. Keyshawn, Bo Bentley, and Reese Wise seem like good quarterbacks. History tells us that someone will outplay their ranking. When will Texas take another in-state quarterback? It's a great question. First of all, talking about who will outplay their ranking, I think it's very hard for Keyshawn Henderson to outplay his ranking. I think the only way he could do that is by winning a Heisman or being a top 10 quarterback in the country. And even then, I think a lot of people will have expected it. Bo Bentley, if he ends up at Oklahoma, which I do think he will, I think Jaden O'Neal will not be part of that class come December, and it will be Bo Bentley. That'll be, as we say, I think probably at least 3 times a week on this show. We'll see who's coaching him if he does end up at Oklahoma. If Ben Arbuckle goes somewhere good, I think he's very likely to follow him because that's been Arbuckle's guy since the day he got to Norman. Reese Wise, time will tell where he ends up. I'm not really even sure who ends up, who's involved there.
He's an Ole Miss commit, but
that's right. Yeah, he's committed. Bo Bentley would be my guess out of these 3. I think he's pretty firmly the number 2 quarterback in the state, and I think he ends up at Oklahoma. He could do some real damage.
All right, these are my thoughts. Keyshawn Henderson, if he pans out, if he works out, is who our scouting team thinks he is who I think he can be. Like, he has Vince Young potential. Absolutely. I'm not joking. Yeah. Texas is kind of having – I've talked a little bit about this, I feel like, but A&M and Texas are kind of talking to Keyshawn Henderson right now. Or not kind of, they are talking to him. It's been reported A&M's done and had more dialogue, and if he was to flip, A&M would have a better shot than Texas. But also I've heard on pretty good authority he does not want to play in the Colin Klein offense. So not really expecting it to be A&M. At the same time, I've heard A&M is putting together, they're gathering some funds to basically put a price for him where he can't say no. But on the flip side of that, I've heard Houston and Tillman Fertitta and the other people they have there are kind of – it's similar to like Keelan Russell at SMU last year. They will pay whatever it takes to keep Keyshawn Henderson. If Keyshawn Henderson decommits from Houston, it's not going to be because someone had a higher dollar offer, right? If you get what I mean, right? So unless A&M is firing Colin Klein before signing day, which honestly I think would have a very good ROI, especially if Napier gets fired and Lagway goes in the portal, because Lagway doesn't want to play for Colin Klein either, right? So with Keyshawn, he's one to watch down the stretch the entire cycle, especially if Colin Klein does get fired, because that's going to make them much more of a realistic option for him. And then on the flip side with Texas, Diabell, he's always kept communication open with the other schools. He's not like reaching out to them. It's they reach out to him and he'll pick up the phone. And he's always said, I'm locked in with Texas. This is just in case worst case scenario happens. And for some reason, Sark and or Milwee aren't in Austin, by the time I get there, I want to have backup options. And it's smart. I get it from his point of view. But there's been a little more dialogue lately with Ohio State than the other schools. And, I don't think he's going to visit Ohio State this summer, but it would not come as a surprise at all if Ohio State snuck him on campus in the season and then it broke out he was visiting while on the visit. So Texas isn't stupid. They've been in this race before. They dealt with KJ Lacey for 2 years, who I'm locked in, and then he was taking secret dead period visits to Auburn, right? So they've been here before. They know how to handle it. They're also very aware that if they get Keyshawn, they're not signing Diabell, and that if it kind of comes out that them and Keyshawn are super legit, which they are not right now, but if that were to come out, they know that would, likely mean buy Dia, and they would have to swing and hit on Keyshawn and not miss. So it's a very, very, very interesting dynamic with a lot of layers, especially because Texas, up until this calendar year, was telling Keyshawn, yeah, we know you want to play quarterback, but your ceiling's highest at receiver and safety. And honestly, up until this calendar year, I had the same belief. Keyshawn proved a lot of people wrong, including myself. And that's, also why I'm so high on him. But out of anyone on this list, it's without doubt Keyshawn Anderson has the highest potential. And as far as him and Diabell goes, Diabell is a safer bet, I think, to pan out than Keyshawn. But, man, I'm telling you, if Keyshawn hits, he can be Vince Young, similar to that. And I'm not saying it's the exact same
level player
play style, but Keyshawn is just a different level of athlete that Texas hasn't had at the QB position, honestly, since Vince Young. He's that gifted athletically. It's just about marrying these elite traits and athleticism with being a quarterback and continuing that consistency, which he has since his sophomore year. As far as Bo Bentley goes, a lot of people are like, why didn't Texas ever look at this kid? Bo Bentley hadn't even started a single high school game yet by when Texas was taking Diabell. Texas took Diabell. He silently committed in June 1st, committed, posted it about a week and a half later. Whereas Bo Bentley didn't start his first ever high school game till August of this past year, his junior year. And he proceeded to go 16-0, lead Salina to their first state title since I think 1994, something like that. And, he was an unknown. He had 2 or 3 offers that he picked up last summer from camping at UNT and other stuff where if you see that arm and that person in person, you're going to offer him. But no one knew who he was as a sophomore because he was the varsity backup, and Salina had some seniors starting. So Bo Bentley in Texas were never really given a shot. He posted a top 3 of Georgia, OU, LSU, and then the other day Hayes Fawcett posted it's now down to 2. No shit, Georgia has Jared Curtis.
They do have the number 2 quarterback in the country, yeah.
Yeah, so it'll be Oklahoma or LSU. Actually, I had Colin on here yesterday and on Friday. Right now, he thinks LSU has a better shot. We'll see. Oklahoma's going to do this weird thing where they spend an entire official visit weekend with just him. Have you heard about this?
Yes, yeah. They've done this before, right?
I don't think so. I've never heard of this. I think it's a horrible strategy. Because
not have anyone else on your board, especially commits, with a quarterback that's not committed is definitely a choice. I would understand it in a couple different situations because it does work very well in the portal when he's the only guy there. But recruiting in the portal and recruiting in high school are very different.
Yeah. So I don't know. If I'm Bo Bentley, I'm going to LSU. Even if both those staffs get fired before signing day, I'm still going to LSU. They're always going to have better receivers than Oklahoma will, especially in this era. And I mean, what's the Nick Saban saying? You can shake a tree in Louisiana and 3 NFL receivers are going to fall out or something like that. That's, yeah. And then
the second part of this question: when will Texas take another in-state quarterback? So you mentioned.
Sorry, real quick. Reese Wise, I like him. Think he's a good player. But he's committed to Ole Miss, and Ole Miss is currently trying to take a second quarterback in the same cycle. So that kind of tells you how they feel about him. Like I said, good player, but you stick this kid at Austin High if he doesn't have that W in the chaparral on the side of his helmet, probably doesn't have an Ole Miss offer. Those are just my opinions. I think he is a lower-end power forward G5 talent. But, I think Ole Miss also might agree with that considering they're trying to sign a second quarterback in the same cycle. So, rooting for him. He got Westlake all the way to the state game before they got smoked by North Crowley. But, these 3 names, that's kind of it. That's why it's considered a down year in the state at pretty much every position, specifically QB. But, hey, like you said, when will Texas take another in-state quarterback? 2027. The dominoes are starting to get closer to falling there, starting to get set up. Texas, they currently have 2 offers out in 27. One to Brady Edmonds, who's an Ohio State commit. That's not happening. The other to Peyton Houston, an uncommitted quarterback out of Shreveport Evangel Christian. And then they're also camping in early June. Colton Nussmeyer out of Flower Mound Marcus, Kavian Bryan out of Palestine Westwood, who's about to transfer soon. And
Malachi Ziegler out of
Denton,
Louisiana.
Yeah.
And then I think there's one more, Weston Nielsen, who could also be considered to be on the board. He's a name to watch. but not someone that I think Texas will really be in the mix for unless an offer comes through. I don't think an offer will come through. Oregon's done a really good job there from the start. They offered him right as his high school career began.
Will Stein, baby.
Will Stein has a pretty good track record of a quarterback in the Austin area. He got Austin Novosad out of Dripping Springs, flipped him from Baylor at the last second. So if you want to go percentage-wise, 2026, I will say 3% chance that Texas takes an in-state quarterback, and I think that's pretty generous.
And that in-state QB would also have to be Keyshawn.
It would have to be. That's why I'm saying it's 3% because it would be Keyshawn Henderson, and I think there's a 3% chance that they land him. 2027, I'm going to give you 46%. We're just under 50 because I do think from what I have seen from Malachi Ziegler, when he gets to camp, they're going to realize what they've got on campus. I mean, in my mind, someone that will end up as a top 3 quarterback in the country by the time pen hits paper. One of my favorite. He can do it all. He's got the size. I think he's more physically developed than anyone Texas is recruiting right now. And he's very interested in Texas. This is not someone that's going to wait on LSU to really push for him. He visited Texas in March and basically said, I understand, what this means to be a quarterback take at Texas. And I'm not going to fool around with them, and I'm not going to wait a long time. They're going to know if they're my school or not pretty soon. And I think pretty soon means June. I'm not saying this one will end, at some point in June. I'm not saying it'll end this summer, but I do think that Malachi Ziegler will have a very good idea of the school or the few schools that he wants to go to by the time the summer ends. He's going to camp a few different places. He visited damn near every powerhouse program in the country over the spring. He's got everything between the ears, very well spoken, knows what he wants, knows what kind of system he wants to play in. And I think, based off of who Texas has taken in the last few years on the mental side, Malachi Ziegler really fits into that. I think Peyton Houston does too. But when you compare the game between Malachi Ziegler and Peyton Houston, if it is going to end up being one of these Louisiana guys, I think Ziegler, really takes it. But there is a storyline there that Peyton Houston has been offered by Texas longer than anyone else. He's been on this board, a long time. And yes, there is probably a better connection with him and the staff than anyone else they're recruiting. But there's also, I think, some questions on our side. Is this really a guy that could play quarterback at Texas? Is this really a guy who could play quarterback at Georgia or, Miami? Like, there are definitely some concerns. Would I be happy to see him on a Texas commitment list? Absolutely. I think he could pan out very well. And I do think that 2028 is going to be a very interesting cycle. I think there's already a guy in the state of Texas that would be a take at Texas if he wanted to commit right now. I think he's that good. If I were on the staff, I would. TK Gaines, at a Waller, checked out his tape a couple weeks ago and left just kind of amazed. This is someone that I think we'll see a sophomore season better than anyone in the state. I think he's someone that's going to have Texas on his offer list. I know A&M, if they haven't already, they're planning on doing so by the time that he camps in the second week in June. So TK Gaines is the one to watch out for 2028, but we got a long way to go until then. Jordan, you want to talk about linebackers here? Because we haven't had a ton of movement over the last week, but anything you want to get to before then?
Wanted to kind of finish up on QBs first. So in 2027, LSU is the one holding all the cards. So last summer they have their camp, right, in Baton Rouge. Bryce Underwood is still committed to LSU at this time, right. So he shows up, is at the camp. Every single quarterback we have just talked about in 2027 is there. Kavian Bryant, Ziegler, Nussmeier, Elijah Haven, Peyton Houston, you name it. They're all there. Underwood has the best camp, of course. The second best camp was Colton Nussmeier, right, whose older brother is about to become the full-time starter at LSU in a few months after that camp. Lil Nussmeier had the best day at that camp at anyone not named Bryce Underwood, right? Better than Haven, better than Ziegler, better than Houston, you name it. He had a great day. I think he got his LSU offer then as well. So LSU's like, well, damn. Our starting quarterback's younger brother is in the same grade as the number one player in the country who goes to school in Baton Rouge 5 minutes from our campus. They have to decide. They have to pick one. Because no matter what, the one camp is going to be pissed. One side is going to be pissed off, and you can't get both those guys because they're 5-star quarterbacks. Both of them are. And then a few months later, this spring, LSU puts an offer out to Haven and Peyton Houston in the same day. But who do they not offer? Malachi Ziegler.
And that's been noticed. I will say that has definitely been noticed by a few people close to this camp.
Haven is the number one player in the country, and he's the in-state local kid. I don't care what the ties are to Colton Nussmeier. I think if I'm LSU, you kind of have to go after Haven and take Haven. And that's what I think ends up happening. But I don't think Nussmeier is really looking at committing to schools or speeding up his process until LSU spot was to get filled or whatnot. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the timing of all this is going to be really important because Texas is very likely to offer at least one of these guys immediately after the camp in early June. And then I think that's going to end up being the QB take because Peyton Houston has been the only unoffered QB take since November when Brady Edmonds committed. If Texas wanted Peyton Houston as their quarterback in 2027 and wanted to push for that, I do think they would have got that done by now. So that gives me the vibe that, they like him, but they don't love him. Which QBs do they love? I'm not sure. That's why they're camping all these guys soon. But there's not really going to be real movement or domino reactions until either Elijah Haven or Nussmeier commits to LSU. And honestly, if you're LSU and you're trying to set it up where you get Elijah Haven to commit in, I don't know, June or July, like what are you doing if Colton Nussmeier calls you this week and wants to commit to LSU? You know what I mean?
Taking it. I think if either one of Houston or Haven calls you at any point, or not Houston, Nussmeier and Haven calls you at any point for the other, you take the commitment and you deal with the consequences. We don't know the insides of the LSU quarterback board and kind of what the contingency plans are. If that does happen or if it doesn't happen and both those guys call other schools this summer. But in my mind, if either one of those guys call you, regardless of who you are, what program, any program in the country, if either one of those quarterbacks call you, you take the commitment. Crazier things have happened. Higher ranked guys have been told no before, so I'm not ruling it out. But it would be very hard, at least for the number one player in the country, to be told no by the hometown school. So really looking forward to see what happens with that. I don't completely agree that LSU holds the cards. I think Texas has done a good enough job recruiting quarterbacks, and I think there's just a stigma around Texas that even if you're from Louisiana, you might not have to wait on the Tigers. You may want to go ahead and play for Texas. We've seen it before, and we will see it again.
Yeah. So these are kind of my thoughts on it. If I'm Texas, I'm going to go after Malachi Ziegler because I think Haven takes the LSU spot, and Texas is never really going to – I've heard they've tried to convince them to camp this summer, and Haven was like, yeah, we're thinking about it, but that's not happening. I'd be very surprised if Haven shows up to Texas this summer. I think he takes the LSU spot. Nussmeier, though, one thing I forgot to mention, he's a lefty. Sark hasn't had a lefty starting quarterback since Tua turned the ball over at Alabama, right? And when you do that, it kind of changes the way you got to play your tackles and your offensive line sometimes, along with obviously the rest of the offense. Is he going to change that up for 1 year or whatnot? They've obviously done it before, but with Nussmeier, I'm not sure. You also have to think about the QBs that are in line ahead of these guys already at Texas. Trey Owens knew the entire time Arch Manning was a 4-year player in Austin and still decided to go to Texas. He's aware he's not going to get a shot to compete for the job until 2027. KJ Lacey, I'm not sure if he's aware, but honestly, I'm not. Yeah, most people know this. I'm not very high on KJ Lacey compared to others. And then Diabell, let's just say he signs with Texas this December. It's those three guys competing for the job in 2027. I think either Diabell or Trey Owens wins that job in 27. But after 27, I think that's Diabell's job, right? So in 2027, your quarterback take, you have to figure out a guy who's okay with sitting on the bench for a little bit and developing. And while I think Ziegler, out of all the names we talked about, right now is the worst QB of those 27 guys, he does have the highest ceiling out of anyone, probably not named Elijah Haven.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So, and also he's wired the right way between the ears. He's a kid who would seem okay if you broke down the plan to him. You're going to sit for 2 or 3 years, learn from Steve Sarkisian, learn from Diabell, and then you're going to get your shot in year 3 or 4. I do not think all those guys would be as cool with waiting and sticking to a plan as Ziegler would be. And then also 3 years later, you have him more developed and his ceiling's higher than the other guys, right? So I'd go with him. I think Kavian Bryant's really interesting. I kind of view him similar to what I just said with Malachi Ziegler, except Kavian Bryant wants to play basketball in college too. And like no serious football program is going to let this dude miss spring ball and parts of off season because he's playing basketball. You can do that if you're a receiver, if you're a tight end or a DB. You cannot have your quarterback doing that. You just cannot have that. So I'm curious how this is going to work. This is a kid who's 6'6", and if it's basketball, probably is a European player in a few years and not in the NBA. If it's football, he's on pace to be an NFL player, and those are 2 different types of paychecks. So I do think eventually someone will be able to talk him into focusing in on football. But right now he wants to play both in college. And I do not think Texas would let him do that. If he ends up as a Texas QB, it's because they talked about a basketball. So that's kind of why I said Ziegler over Nussmeier, Bryant. And then like Peyton Houston, a lot of people think I'm a hater of him. I guess I am compared to other people. But I just don't think it's good roster management to have 2 KJ Lacey size QBs in the same room. I just don't.
I agree with you.
The smaller frames, you really win and you really lose with them. So, I would, like I said, I think if Texas really wanted him, they would have pushed for him and gotten it done by now, and they haven't. So I guess I'll leave it at that. One thing I wanted to talk about this question, Antoine said, is Turntine really around 6'4", 285? So Under Armour Dallas of 2024, he was 6'3.5", 304. Did not show up to Under Armour Dallas this past spring, so we don't have an updated height on him. I doubt he is really grown. I've seen him. He looks about the same. He has lost weight, though. He was measured at 260 pounds on a Texas A&M visit in January, I believe it was. And that's the A&M staff got him at 260. Right now, he's probably between 270, 280, putting that weight back on. But, he played most of his sophomore season, the offseason as a sophomore, above 300 pounds. So getting him back to that weight, that's what he will play at in college, most likely. He can carry that weight. I do not know why he lost it or thought he needed to lose it. But he's about right now 6'3.5", a little under 6'4", and somewhere between 270, 280, I'd say. Maybe 285. I'm not sure. I haven't laid eyes on him in the last few weeks. So we'll see. And then Antoine with another one. Talked about Chase Calicut. I think he's the top remaining in-state safety on the board. But I do think Fitzpatrick and Devon Benjamin are above him. And yes, Mark Orphe's from North Shore. The night Texas hired Mark Orphe, you look him up, you find out he's from North Shore. I put the crystal ball on that night for Calicut. But the top 3 is Michigan, Georgia, and Texas. And I do think Michigan is either slightly ahead of Texas or is tied with Texas right now in the lead for Calicut. One thing I have heard, and I've talked a little bit about this with Georgia and Caden Prothro, some schools, they have a budget for certain positions. They're not going to pay a guy over a certain number. Georgia wants Caden Prothro so bad that if that comes down to money, and Georgia or Florida State or whatever in a bidding war for him, Georgia will do whatever it takes to get him. They will outbid whoever or whatever it takes to get him. If he doesn't go to Georgia, it won't be because of, it won't be because of money.
Right.
Michigan, I've heard the exact same thing with Chase Calicut. I've heard he's the guy, he's the number 1 safety, and that they will do whatever it takes to get him. And that Calicut, if he doesn't go to Michigan, it's not going to be because of money. Texas very rarely will play those games. And when they do, it'll be guys they feel like they can't really miss on. I love Chase Calicut. I mean, I posted him several times when he only had one offer. I've been a big fan of his for a long time, but he's not one of those guys in Texas's eyes. He's just not. So if he ends up in Michigan, it would be a bit of a surprise, but not the biggest surprise. So that's something to watch out for. And then Georgia, they offered like a week ago and are already in the top 3 getting an OV. That's also because when Calicut only had one offer from Purdue, he was taking visits all over the place because schools would show up to North Shore to see Devin Sanchez. They'd see him and be like, holy hell, look at this kid. He doesn't have varsity film, though. They invite him to camp. He comes out, does well. Still doesn't have film, though, so everyone waited on the offer. He took 1 or 2 visits to Georgia, though, as a freshman and sophomore. So he's been out there before. That staff has known him, and they kept in touch the entire time. So Georgia, it's not like they're just a logo in there either. They're very legit as well. But what I'm trying to say is, like, Chase Calicut back in the spring was viewed as a Texas lock. I think that was correct, but it's not the same anymore. It's a lot more open. And then Kosiuk Pala, still feel great about him in Texas, but it's still kind of what's going to happen with these other linebackers. Braden Rouse, Tennessee, Bama, they're big there. And then Xavier Griffin. Alabama's really big for him as well. He's also a kid that's originally from the state of Alabama, and his mom went to Alabama as well. So a lot of ties there with the Crimson Tide. I think Bama or potentially Texas probably the best bet out of his top.
Probably Bama. Yeah, we will see. Small hoops talk. I'm just going to say give me Minnesota tonight. And give me Minnesota in the series, but I'm a little bit biased because I hate the Thunder more than life itself for whatever reason. I still don't know why I hate them, but I do. Actually, give me the Knicks. I think they win that series too. I think both teams that win game 1 will win these series. So that's all I've got. Maybe a deeper dive tomorrow. Yeah. Anything you want to close out with, Jordan?
Yeah, a few comments right here. Steven Delgado, thank you. I didn't want to be rude because we have a lot of local people, and it might get back that I said this kid stinks on air. I didn't say that, but I'm with you. A very good player, but he's not the other QBs that have come through Westlake, and I do think him being a Westlake QB has helped his recruitment. It's the same thing with all the kind of average Travis QBs that end up playing college football, and they honestly probably shouldn't. So there's that. Antoine makes a great point here. Texas is putting this in the face of every defensive line recruit. No school has had more defensive linemen drafted in the last 3 years than Texas, who has 6. And yes, you're correct. All were in-state, no transfers.
Yeah.
The only thing that kind of Texas, they have to be careful with how they push this. All of those guys were Tom Herman guys. Literally every single one was a guy that either played for Tom Herman or signed to play for him. And then a month after, Sark came in. So they definitely get credit for developing them. But in terms of identifying them, recruiting them, winning the recruitment, they didn't do that. And that's, a very important part of it because, you look at these guys, what they were at a high school, their body types, the type of players they were. Does Texas still recruit and make an effort to sign every single one of them? I do not think so. I'm not sure which ones, but I don't think they go 6 for 6 like the old staff did. So we'll see. Oscar Giles, whatever it is, caught a lot of shit during his time at Texas. Did pretty damn well when you look at this, So there's that. Also worth bringing up, not a single one was a Bo Davis guy. He helped develop them, but not a single one was, one of his guys. But you're right, DJ Dog. They're seeing it. Texas developing NFL talent. But like you said, we will close it out. Up next is what's up next? Let's see, BK. Steven from Fanatic Perspective and BK are discussing the biggest storylines for Texas football going into the 2025 season. And then back at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay will be on the live stream, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you're live stream. DJ Dog, Nathan, Antoine, Steven Delgado, Phil Anderson, welcome in. CB, everyone who tuned in today, appreciate y'all tuning in, and then everyone on podcast platforms, thanks as well. Leave a like, comment, subscribe, and hey, I'll see you tomorrow with Nick's filling in tomorrow.
With me tomorrow. And
okay.
Nick Harris on Thursday.
Nick is on Thursday. All right, we got one more Turbo this week. Anyways, we're signing out. we'll see y'all. Y'all have a great Tuesday.